Fortune favors the bold, a well-known fact, and one implicitly believed by everyone aboard the Defiance. They chose to leave behind lives as carpenters, soldiers, common sailors, and dogs of war to pursue their fortune at sea. At the moment, the Defiance is not gaining glory nor earning great quantities of coin. It is sitting at the end of Peeler's Wharf, waiting for the day that the crew is ready to set forth. 10 weeks, 2 months and some change, the vessel has sat in a harbor. The sails have been replaced, the carpentry crew has gone over every inch of the ship, time and time again. The quartermaster has steadily filled up the hold of the Defiance with the necessary implements of survival, but the ship hasn't left. This is all due to one reason. Lord Rothschild, the shadow master of the vessel, has not yet demanded it. Since the crew returned to the city-state of the Invincible Overlord 2 months ago, a great turnover has taken place aboard the ship. Old crew leaving, such as the esteemed head oarsman Jenkins and the quartermaster Ulysses King, and new crew members joining, such as Quartermaster Kaheen, Master Carpenter Shaiban, and Quartermaster's mate Unios. This time at port has lasted so long that some aboard the Defiance have seemingly forgotten another voyage is to come. They've laid down roots. One freed oarsman got married a week prior, and many others among the crew have found lady friends that they know they will have to leave when the Defiance slips its moorings and heads west. An anxiety hangs over the Defiance. When will they finally leave the city-state and begin their final job for Lord Rothschild? But regardless of what the future holds, members of the crew must enjoy the present, so that takes us to our players. Adrian Svensson, captain of the crew and veteran of the Defiance, you stand atop the poop deck. The smell of the ocean fills your nose, and you look down at the deck. At the front of the ship, near the ballista, some of the carpenter's apprentices watch the new master-at-arms tweak the length of cords of the ballista, dialing in its range. Near the central mast, you see David Cook and Democritus, the two boards aboard the ship, speaking. David Cook looks a bit confused. You have another day here in the city-state ahead of you. It is a warm summer day. It's the beginning of June. What do you do?
Well, let's, where'd my list of things go?
Not the list.
Not the list.
Oh, that's
The things.
I will go and find the quartermaster. We have things that need to say.
Perfect. Kaheen, where would you be early in the morning on a summer day?
Yeah, I don't actually know too much about the city-state. Is there a library I can access?
There is a massive university, and as long as you're willing to pay 5 gold for a month of access, then you can have access to it.
Let's see. 5 gold.
5 gold, yes.
Let's see. Gold shouldn't be worth that much to me on a boat, right?
Well, you guys have 275, so you'd be spending about...
Well, no, but this is personal.
Oh, personal
right?
cash, yeah.
I mean, unless I can spend boat gold on this, but I don't think that's
I would imagine
permitted.
not, no.
Yeah.
I think Rudolph would be willing to give the 5 because he respects the pursuit of
Oh, hi.
knowledge.
Thank you.
Okay, well then, Kaheen would be at the University of the City-State's Library.
I'd later like to talk about how I spend the bulk of my time.
Yeah, of
there,
course,
I'm
yeah.
happy to. Okay.
Well then, Adrian, to go find the quartermaster, you climb down from the poop deck, or walk down the, railing from the poop deck. You walk past David Cook and Democritus, and you can overhear Democritus saying, "Yes, and I mean, that's why I'm the most talented playwright to ever live. They put paper to wax and wax to paper, but I spin words, spin gold from the very words from my lips." And the other bard looks at him with a confused expression, but clearly Democritus views what he just said as deeply profound. And you continue to walk past him, and head down the gangplank and make your way across the city. The city-state in the Invincible Overlord is rather unique. It is one of the biggest cities in all of Valeros, only competed with by the largest city in the world, that of Mythdosia. There are several districts to the city, and the Defiance is stationed here at the end of Peeler's Wharf in the Dock District. So you have a pretty long walk ahead of you, across the whole Dock District, through the Royal District, up to the University of the city-state. But it's a nice walk. You know that the Dock District is dangerous for people from the city, but they typically don't mess with foreigners, especially people involved in the shipping trade, which it's sort of assumed that your ship is. And you also have the seal of Lord Rothschild, which secures your passage across the dock district without any problems. There are magistrates, which are like local constables, local keepers of the peace, stationed on every bridge that exits the dock district. But you just show them that badge you received from Lord Rothschild, and they let you pass. And eventually, you can make your way up to the campus of the University of the City-State. It is both an arcane college and just a normal university, giving out regular degrees. And eventually, after speaking to a librarian, you can be led to a nook within the great library of the university and find your quartermaster. What sort of books would Kahim be reading?
Astronomy.
Okay. She is reading esoteric tomes of astronomy, largely by Western Valerosan authors.
Oh my. Very fancy. I don't think I had any interest. Anyway. I'll walk up.
She kind of shakes her head and giggles.
You enjoying yourself, Kaheen?
Yes, very much.
Excellent. Time to go do other things. I have some last-minute preparations that need doing.
Very well. On the ship?
Yes, on the ship. Involving the ship, maybe some shopping. Depends on what we have and what we don't already.
Very good. I'll, one moment, and I'm going to take a few last notes in my journal, put the book back where I found it, and then, gather all my things.
Yeah.
And start to follow him.
Sounds good. Yeah, this booth is reserved for you for the length of your stay in the city-state. The 5 gold is a lot of money, but it secures you pretty, privileged access to the library. And, Adrian, what are we doing?
Well, I have some questions.
Yeah.
First, what flag do we normally fly?
The city-state flag.
Okay, and that's even while we're conducting, privateering duties in the service of, say, another country?
At that point, that country would give you a flag, yeah.
Okay, can we acquire flags?
You can, but if your ship is searched and you have more than one nation's flag in your vessel, it is assumed that you are a pirate or a privateer, and you are likely to be imprisoned temporarily or permanently if they can prove that you're pirates.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So that's something we'll need to acquire is a few countries' flags.
Why do we need the flags of other countries? Is this mission
we...
not loyal?
No, it's simply that if we run in dangerous waters of another country, or if we want to conduct a privateering business for some reason in waters of another country, it would be good to have the opposing country's flag. Easier to run the ships down that way.
And
makes them feel safe.
What if we get caught with these flags?
We won't.
And what makes you so sure?
Well, we can hide them, we can burn them, we can throw them overboard, we can have someone eat them, we can put them in the bilge.
Have someone eat them? These are 10 foot by 10 foot flags.
I know what I said. Yeah. There are lots of things we can do with them to prevent them being found.
You are the captain, and I will put up no fight, but I don't wish to handle these myself.
Alright, that's fine. I just need the money for them.
Very well. And I'll get out the... Alex, do I personally hold the coin purse for the ship?
Well, the coin purse, as it were, the treasury lockbox remains on the ship at all times, but you are the only one allowed to take money out of it.
Okay, then I guess I'll just, add that to the shopping list and do the math on how much we'd need to spend.
Sounds good.
And anything else?
Thing? Yes. Do we have... I know it's a ship, and we're going to have a lot of rope. How much rope we have, I'd like to increase that amount. Because I read this thing where pirate ships would sometimes take all of their supplies, some of their supplies, tie them on ropes, and put them behind the ship to slow the ship down.
Yes, I'm familiar.
Yes. So we could do that, potentially. So we need a bunch of rope for that, even more.
Yeah, currently we have enough for the rigging of the vessel, but we do not have enough for any
More
sort
rope.
of, stuff like that.
Very good.
a lot more.
Alex, I assume that's like negligible expense.
Depends how much length you want. Rope costs 100 electrum per 50 feet.
100 electrum for 50 feet. Oh wow, that's pretty pricey.
Yeah.
So 500 foot of rope is a gold.
Yeah.
Okay, and to pull off a scheme like this, we would need.
If you're planning on having like dozens of barrels behind your ship, you'd probably want like at least 1,000 feet of rope.
Okay, so 2 gold.
Yeah.
I'll drop 2 gold.
Okay.
Out of the ships, not mine.
Out of the ships.
Yes, this is all the ship's thing.
I don't have the ship's sheet up. Let me do that.
I just
and how much do these flags? Oh, okay.
2 from the ship. The flags is a bit more of a special thing because these things aren't like naval flags in the medieval period are not the really fancy ones we're used to now. They're not going to have like complex patterns on them. They're incredibly simple. The city-state's flag is just a white cross with black squares in the corners. If you want like a Methodian flag, it's literally just a red flag with a white line across it. So technically you have to go get them commissioned, but you typically have to negotiate with the particular flag maker because they're not very commonly made.
Okay. Well, and it's also suspicious. Like, I don't really know how you're going to buy these for that. Yeah. So that's why I'm going to let Ethan be in charge of buying them.
The city-state isn't some grand haven of piracy. It's a haven of privateers, but those are fundamentally different.
Yes.
Where is the Grand Haven of piracy? Can I go there?
Yes, actually. Blake's character once went there. It is it's a little place called Lonely Harbor next to the Methodian Empire.
Also, can you tell me where I find the boat sheet?
Boat sheet is in general.
Are you talking about the Excel sheet?
No, the character sheet.
It's now. I killed it. It's dead.
Oh,
now all the
only
inventory.
the spreadsheet.
Yeah, the storage now exists only in the spreadsheet.
Okay, very good.
Does that happen to be on the way?
It does. Yeah.
Why do you say it like that?
Well, it's Lonely Harbor. It has a reputation of being a sort of honeypot. Like, it's right next to the Methodian Empire, so a lot of people think that it's, like, not an actual piracy hub. It's more so the Methodians leave it open for the purposes of having, like, plausible deniability. So it's not, like, some people in your profession don't really trust it. They view it as, like, a Methodian government plant.
Do I know people who have gone there and have not been immediately snatched by the Methodian government?
Oh yeah, of course. That's not the concern. The concern is that if you go there, you'll be entered into some, spooky Methodian government ledger, and they'll know that your whole crew and blah 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 blah.
Oh, is this like on a scale of like the CIA killed JFK to I don't know, the moon is made of green cheese? What level of conspiracy are we thinking here?
That is such a massive scale.
You for picking JFK as the most obvious one.
Yeah, the most real one. Well, I think from your personal experience, since you've done work near Mythosia before, when you were on a privateering ship, your captain always steered clear of it because he didn't believe that he just didn't think it made sense for a pirate haven to be that close to one of the most bureaucratic empires on the planet, so he always assumed it was some sort of trap.
Okay.
Now, again, you can get these commissioned in the city, like in the city-state. There are people who would do this for you without questions. There is the whole criminal underworld that doesn't give a shit. So, it can be done. It just costs a bit.
Alright. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I think it's a worthwhile investment.
Sure. You have someone on the crew that speaks Thieves' Cant. Surely, there's like 5 rogues.
Yeah, there has to be.
Yeah.
Every rogue learns Thieves' Cant.
Yeah, then you could have done in the past or today, you can get a quote that it'll cost about 7 gold for each flag that you would like to have produced.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay. I won't get too many then. I feel like a Mythdosian one is pretty obvious.
Okay. And do you want this to be a naval warship or just a merchant ship?
No, a merchant ship.
Okay.
Yeah, that's very important. I'd sort of lose the whole effect if I did a warship one.
All right. Then that will be subtracting 7 gold.
Let's see. Mythosia and like one country. What would probably be the best country in the west of Valoris? Like the most navally prolific.
Alien League.
Hathon. And he said in West Valoros.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think Hathon has the biggest navy in the West.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. So we'll do that. We'll do a flag. If
Alex, am I right on that?
Yeah, who's to say? All your characters haven't been West in a very long time, so I think you're
Mine was West under a year ago.
Yeah, but not a naval person.
Yeah, fair.
I think your guys' player knowledge is as good as your characters.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, I think,
sounds right.
Yeah, the other option would be Elsera, but I don't think we could really sell that.
Yeah, you guys don't seem very Elseranian.
That would be somewhat difficult.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go with
but
that.
Mighty Elsera does have naval superiority.
And they also do recruit foreign ships, not just, ethnic Elseranians.
Also true. All right, so there's that. And then I would like to look into getting... how are cannon normally mounted to ships in this era? One is like front and back, or are they actually full mounted?
Most typically, in this area, they're actually deck mounted on left and right of the ship. However, since you are in a galley that has very, very narrow space, the only place it can be mounted is the front of the ship, which is where your current ballista is.
Okay, all right. Can we assemble a fake-looking cannon, perhaps?
Yeah.
Maybe a contraption to put over the ballista so that it looks like a cannon?
Sure. Just for context, by the way, a military class naval gun is going to cost about 1,500 gold to get installed onto your ship.
Sure, I don't want an actual
Perfect.
cannon.
Yeah, a fake one, you just carve a block of wood, put a hole in it.
Yeah, that's basically what I'm going for here.
Great.
Ooh, I can do that.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, sure. Yes, that I would like that to happen as well.
Cool.
And then all the rest of this... Yeah, that doesn't apply.
Well, while we're doing quartermaster stuff, I did realize last session we didn't talk about water rations because the ocean is basically a desert in the sense that you can't drink the ocean, you will die. So you have to bring water rations with you, and for most of human history is actually the limiting factor on long-term voyages. Like whalers would spend 2 months at sea, but they had to return or they'd run out of water. Luckily, I made this real shrimple. So Ben, we just need to quickly work this out. I assume you want the same number of water rations as you do food rations?
Yeah, if not a little more. But what's going to be the limiting factor here? Are you going to account for weight or money, or like what do you?
I am accounting for weight and for money, both of these things, but I don't think that either of those are going to be a big problem. Also, rain will refill empty containers, so that will.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, if rain refills, I was gonna say maybe extra, but if rain refills, that'll kind of count for extra.
And then the only other thing would be whether you want alcohol or normal water, because alcohol is guaranteed not to cause any disease or infection amongst the crew. Water has a small chance of causing, waterborne diseases.
Can we do part?
Yep. That's what most ships did.
Yeah. Was there historically a standard ratio, or just 50-50, or what?
Historically, it varies quite a bit. Some ships would literally do only alcohol, like grog, which is very low % alcohol. Some ships would do a little bit of water, a little bit of grog, and it varied pretty heavily.
Okay, I think we can go mostly grog.
Okay. Alrighty.
Maybe like a 70-30 grog water, and if somebody misbehaves, then they get no more grog.
Yeah, then we can do the math on that real quick. A single water ration of grog costs less than a single pent.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry, it costs 6 pence. So if we want, we got to do some math here real quick. So it's 108 times 35 times 6.849. It will cost 25 gold for 35 days worth of grog for the whole crew.
It'll cost 25 gold for 35 days?
Yeah.
Shit, how much does clean water cost?
Clean water is actually not that expensive. It's the barrels that's taking up most of the cost.
Oh.
Same with grog. The grog and the water are almost free. It's the barrels.
Are those not something we already own?
No. You guys sold off You guys had very little shit when you made it back to the city-state. You lost half your cannons, you sold off a bunch of those, half your crew left with magical items. The Defiance was stripped down.
That sucks. So 35 gold for barrels?
25 gold for
25 gold for 35 days.
Yeah.
And that's what we're currently planning on is the 35-day journey. That's what we decided on last session.
Indeed it was.
Okay. Then, I mean, that seems kind of like a non-negotiable expense. We need our grog.
Sort of, yeah.
So I think... What's our current gold count?
263, and we need to subtract an additional 14 plus 20, 14 for the flags, 25 for the grog, so 39.
All right. I mean, yeah. Ethan or Jackson, I'd let you disagree with me, but...
I mean, it's that or die of dehydration. So.
Yeah, so I think I buy the grog.
Okay, and with that grog, we get 51 barrels. So...
Okay.
Yeah, W. It also weighs a lot. Like a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And you have days of grog there, but not days of water.
Correct, because you're not bringing any water.
Oh, did I say all grog?
Oh, I thought you said all grog.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, yeah,
Because it'll get refilled with water, and then that'll be...
There you go.
That'll be what we give to people who misbehave. You get the rainwater instead of juice.
instead of the beer juice.
It's actually like a really good minor punishment.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, that's actually so true. We were looking for non-horrific corporal punishment delivered by Ethan.
Yeah. No grog for you.
No grog for you.
That's a really good one.
True agony. Okay,
See,
cool.
my quartermaster is gonna be like really good at like soft punishment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
That's good. That's sort of the vibe I'm trying to go for more here than
Good cop, bad cop.
punishments anymore.
All right, this is good. That was the water thing. Ethan, you are good. No other administrative things.
I don't think. Yeah. Actually, yes. I'll put a posting somewhere for the entire crew to see. It's basically just, you know what, like a open door policy is?
Yeah.
In the army? Yeah, one of those. Basically, if the crew has a a gripe or something like that, they can come directly to me.
Oh, perfect.
Voice it.
Yeah, you put up that little, notice. You have a gay org distributed amongst the crew. You're sitting at your, because you're the only one in the entire crew that gets their own bed and their own office. Everyone else sleeps with the...
Can any of them read?
Some of the crew can read, not all of them, but some of them
I
can.
will have someone read it out.
Yeah, I'm sure. Old man Georg, good old reliable. And about 10 minutes after putting up this notice, the door to your office opens, and you can't see who it is at first, just the outline, because the sun is like streaming into your dark cabin, and then you hear sort of an older man's voice. Yes, I saw the notice, and can I talk about some complaints I have about your ship? And Democritus steps into the room fully and sort of leans against the table next to you. Did you know that there's weevils in the dried bread?
Yes.
There's rats in the cellar. There's sweaty men. It reeks of piss.
There's sweaty men, he said.
I did know all of this. Yes.
Well, I thought I should just bring it to your attention.
Oh,
You know, I was quite famous where I came from. They called me the Jewel of Zuri.
do you have any more complaints?
Perhaps you could at least see a hairstylist. You're supposed to represent us, after all.
What's wrong with my hair?
All right.
Do you have a portrait of Democritus?
I do, yeah. Let me share our good old man friend.
Our man friend?
Our good old man friend. This is our good old friend Democritus.
Jackson, explain what you put in general.
He's Santa.
Open door policy? Come on. That's not the Ethan I know.
Yeah, fair.
That's very funny.
That's a good one.
All right, yeah, that's Democritus. Either way, after you ask what's wrong with your hair, he'll leave the cabin without any further. He's just in the middle of the map, right there. Do you not see him?
Oh, in the map. Sorry, I was looking.
He's just right there.
Okay.
He's big.
Hi, Democritus.
Yeah, he's a big lad. But yeah, he'll just shrug and leave the cabin without any further explanation. And now we will cut to some other folks. Since Blake has to go at some point, what is Rudel up to?
Probably just like trying to, what is it, like fix the ship up, like pointing people in directions, that sort of thing.
Sure. What's he been researching over the last 2 months?
Probably just like trying to get. I'm not sure.
Well, some ideas. Oh yeah, feel free. What were you thinking about?
I don't know, like maybe putting like a couple lenses on his gun.
Yeah.
To see if he can increase the range.
Yeah, you can certainly experience with lens making. In real life, the first proper spy glasses were not made until the 1600s because glass making was so underdeveloped. So you could actually spend your 2 months in the city visiting the craftsman and merchant district, meeting with various lens makers and trying to help refine them if you'd like. There are Dorvern... what do you call those, diaspora communities living in the city that have significantly more advanced glasswork than any humans, so you could spend your time sort of learning a bit more about that.
Well, I think Rudel would only do something if there was a very clear benefit to his being there. So,
okay.
And because I don't think he would be like, oh yes, glass increases the range at which I can see. I don't think he would spend his time.
That's fair, yeah. Lens making is mostly the art of precision and math, which I don't know if Rudel is especially, talented in either of those categories. I think I'm more of like an applied scientist than an engineer.
Yeah, more like that.
Then there's always gunpowder, and the city-state does have one of the most advanced industries in that regard.
Yeah.
They make naval guns here.
Then he'd probably be doing that with his. Are we still running around with waterproof gunpowder?
You have indeed, made that in the past. However, you found that those materials were largely unique to the colonies, and you'll be unlikely to be able to replicate it until you return there.
All right. Then, just random experimentation.
Okay. Jackson, what is Unios up to in the city this fine summer day?
Let's see, like this day or like in general?
In general, this day, like what does he do in his free time?
In general, I think depending on how much time Kaheen has, he wants to practice his navigation, but other than that, he wants to read history in the library.
What sort of history?
The area we're going to, would there be like books on that in the library?
Oh yes, there is a great number of books on the Kingdom of Toussaint. Because it's so far away, it's sort of like orientalized in the same way that Europeans would do to China. That's how they think about Toussaint. They're like, oh, there's 20-foot tall men and they have glowing green eyes and they wield blades of flaming starlight. It's it's all very excitable and verbose and wacky.
Okay, then yeah, it's probably going to be reading about that.
Yeah, it sounds like a land of fairy tales, wonder, and mischief.
I have some time that I can make with you. I'd be happy to put time in my schedule to help you practice stuff.
Yeah, what does navigational practice look like for the two of you? Just looking at charts and memorizing stars and...
Well, for me, it's... if you're coming to me for help, it's going out at nighttime and looking at the stars and me just kind of commenting on things and quizzing you about stuff. I don't look at the books because that's not how I learned it.
Damn, a real street soldier.
Unios would have had some experience from his noble upbringing in the Delian League, and so he's learning the desert pagan techniques.
Yes. The desert pagan's true. All right. Georg Wallace, old man of the Defiance, first mate. What are you up to?
Are flasks a thing in the city?
Absolutely.
I buy a flask.
Oh yeah, you can buy a metal one, a glass one. In fact, the city-state has one of the most vibrant alcohol cultures in all of Eastern Valoros because they have Dwarven mead from the city-state. They don't even import that Western shit. They have original city-state mead.
Holy shit.
How much would it cost to get a flask of that Dwarven mead?
Ooh, the mead itself is not expensive, but if you want to give it a proper Dwarven flask, one, that's been engraved and inscribed with mountain vistas and such, it can cost you a pretty penny, a whole 2 electrum.
That's a lot for a flask.
It's $200 for a flask, yeah.
$200 for a flask, but like, I don't know why. I was expecting like gold ranges.
I'm gonna go do that.
Yeah, so...
I was expecting gold range.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a flask. Yeah, Georg, you can drop 2 electrum. You can find a Dwarven craftsman in the merchant district who tells how, in his family, they have a legend that when their family first came down from the mountains, they were conquerors and warriors, but they arrived here in the lowlands and they found these things called grapes. and they were just fucking mind blown by how good the concoctions created from these were. And then one of his ancient ancestors, who they still remember the name of, Dodrak, he found hops, and ever since then, his entire lineage has been dedicated to the production of increasingly delicious booze. And so you get to participate in a bit of that history.
Hell yeah.
Based dwarves.
How much would it also cost to fill up that dwarven flask with just the dwarven mead?
Yeah, city-state mead is not that expensive. Obviously, Western Valorusan mead, because of its rarity, is in the golds now, but city-state mead, it'll cost you like a silver to fill up this little flask. It's also not that alcoholic either, so it's not going to get you like, piss drunk or anything.
Is there anything stronger?
Yes. There's a lot of hobgoblins and goblinoids. I mean, this is the city-state, they have monsters that live here. And so there are a number of alcohols that cater to, larger sized creatures that are like 170 proof, that are basically just, nail paint remover. There we go. We got there. And like 80% alcohol. So if you want, you could do that, but you are punishing your gut.
Can I just take the day to like go experiment with the?
Hell yeah! Hell, you could have spent the last 2 months experimenting across the.
Hell yeah! I think that's what I'm doing.
All right, I'd recommend removing like half of your total wealth as you just drink through the city.
Half of my total what?
Your total wealth, whatever you have.
Easily.
You're just spending 2 months. Yeah, you spend 2 months just drinking and boozing, and it's wonderful. It's a beautiful city. Yeah. Oh, I don't know about that, but it's certainly a beautiful city.
Damn, I just dropped so much money.
Oh yeah. Alcoholism really do be like that. All right. Shaiban Mujan, for you, when I say, what are you doing today? This one is specifically today. Yeah, because, you joined up with the crew in the last couple months, and you want to get out of here as soon as possible. So, so you're staying on the ship?
Pretty much. I'm assuming I'm just doing daily ship maintenance that the commanding carpenters would do.
Yeah.
But alongside that, when free time is available...
Which is most of the time.
Yes, when most of the... what's that process called when you, like, take out the planks and replace them consistently on the board?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah. I would have probably taken, like, an old, like rotten plank that we had taken off to get replaced.
Yeah.
And started carving my own little small ship, like a little micro ship. The kind of ship you would put in a bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would just have a little... I've been carving that, I would say, just staying on the ship.
Cool.
Most of it, and I would probably be done with probably like the hole in the keel, but haven't worked my way up to like the sails and the shrouds and the bowsprit.
Yeah, and luckily you're by no means alone. While all the freedmen of the ship are allowed to go to shore and do whatever they wish, which they almost always do, you and about 40 debt slaves and Democritus and a couple other, officers are still aboard the ship. So, you can hear talking from underneath in half a dozen languages as the debt slaves get to know each other. You can hear David Cook, playing his flute, which is just beautiful sounding, and then Democritus loudly talking. And yeah,
his horrible tales.
Well, the thing is, like, they're not that bad. It's just he has very bad like cadence of storytelling. He ruins jokes just by his delivery, even if the underlying joke is well written. It's genuinely impressive.
So big.
Yo, the IRL, real for real.
Yeah, honestly, the funniest stories he tells are the ones where he's trying to be serious, talking about how he got exiled. Those are always they at least make you chuckle a bit. But yeah, so that is what you spend your time doing. And lastly, we come to Vezio Black Iron. Finally, what did I say?
No, because I get to come next.
Oh, yeah, true. Vezio, what are you doing in the city over the last 2 months, or more specifically, just today?
I have a question. How much turnover did the Marines get during the...
About 25%.
Okay, so for those, I guess... He'll spend a large amount probably trying to get the Marines in line with each other, like drilling them.
Okay.
And stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately, they aren't your actual... Oh, sorry, continue.
Sorry. He's just standing over them, not saying much, pointing out when they make a mistake, but that's about all the speaking he's doing.
Yeah.
Based.
Yeah, they're not your
Like
actual
that.
subordinates like when you were in, a nobleman's retinue or something like that. Like, you can't literally beat them to death because they chose to join the crew. And I think, it makes it harder to discipline them because push come to shove, if they just, like, deny your orders, they can always appeal to the captain. And so far, Adrian has always sided with you and told them to shut the fuck up and listen to you. But there's always that sort of push and pull of them being like, well, I don't want to follow orders. And I think that has, over the last 2 months, provided an increasing amount of frustration trying to bring this group of people to work together. What does Vezio do in his free time, then?
Well, he has. I've got no money on my sheet, so I think that
Yeah, he's broke.
all of that gambling in the city.
King.
Yo!
Wait, did someone
Mind
say
your man.
gambling?
Oh God, no.
Wait a minute, I want to do it.
And
No.
to be honest, he might be starting to get a few debts, but he's heard that they're leaving soon, so his
Yeah, then the debts won't matter. True.
We'll never come back here.
You can always skip town.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Nice.
we can sort that out with words or steel later.
Yeah, words are for losers. Kaheen, what is up with you?
I want to buy a big journal and have. Well, sorry. Actually, first of all, do I know like written language? Did I learn that in? Like, do the Neftarans have that?
Yes,
Do I
the
know a written
Neftarans are
language?
one of the most highest literacy
Okay.
populations in Valeros.
Okay. Well, yeah, I figured. Okay, cool. I just didn't know if it was all oral or not.
No, yeah, they have a written language. It's basically just a
Okay.
copy of the Ancient Apep script.
Okay, great. Then I'd like to buy a big journal and like ink and a quill and
Cool.
some backups and whatever.
A journal will cost 2 gold.
Oh my god. Okay.
Books, baby. Books are
Yeah,
expensive.
well, I knew printed books were expensive. I didn't know just like bound paper.
Oh yeah, even just bound pages.
All right, then,
and ink, a 1 ounce bottle of ink will cost another gold. And then a pen
How much
will.
is an ounce of ink? How much can I fill the book with that?
No,
Oh,
like I think it. I don't remember the exact number. I think it's like 50 pages or something.
50 pages.
Yeah.
All right, that should be enough. And then, what about quill?
a quill will cost 2 pence.
Okay, I'm just gonna say that came free.
That's fair. It does cost almost nothing.
It's literally just a feather, right?
Yeah, it literally is just a feather. That's. I think they have to hollow it out. No, actually, they're already hollow. Yeah, I think it literally is just a feather.
Yeah, I will just like pick one up from some street kitty.
There you go. Easy enough. Yeah, there is a huge underground of little children that you can just send to be like, hey, go give me a feather.
Yeah. Okay, and then I would.
To clarify,
let me
they're
add that
beggar
to my sheet.
children. I realized I just made it sound like there was a whole underground society of people that go grab feathers. They're beggar kids that you can give like a couple coins to go get you feathers.
I gathered.
I just
What does
wanted
the
to
journal
clear-
weigh? Like 3 pounds?
Let me see. A book weighs 3 pounds, yeah.
Okay, and then I've got ink, 1 ounce. And I'll weigh like, I don't know, half a pound.
Sure.
Yeah.
Whatever. Whatever it weighs.
Okay. Then I want to go to the library because I want to read up on. I've learned a lot about astronomy. In what Jackson called the pagan way.
Yeah.
But I want to learn it more formally, and I want to try and document a lot of it on this next journey. I want to like become a proper astronomer.
Okay. Which aspect of astronomy would you like to delve into? The more mystical side or the more scientific side?
Mystical.
Okay. Yeah, roll me. So you have 10 weeks to do this. So roll me a history check with advantage.
History check with advantage. My history's mid.
Okay, 18. Yeah, on the mystical side of astronomy, there is basically 2 big camps. One of them belongs to, the sort of more mainstream, and the other one is a bit more esoteric. Just to start with the more interesting one, because it's esoteric, is that of star theory. This is basically the belief that things happening in the heavens directly reflect things happening on Valeros. So if there's a comet in the sky, you can predict an event happening somewhere on Valeros.
Sorry, I want to clarify. You said that the sky reflects what happens in Valeros.
Yes.
As in, what happens on Earth causes what happens in the stars?
Yeah.
Okay. But you just said that then you could use a comet to predict, which would mean what happens in the stars causes what happens on Valorant. So
No. It's that something happened on Earth, then something happens in the stars, and now that you've seen that thing in the heavens, you can now predict what happened on Valorant.
Past tense.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Sometimes there are some schools which believe you can actually predict the future, meaning stars act on the planet, but there's some sort of relationship
I think that comes
between.
in my pagan tradition.
Correct, yeah. There's some relationship between the stars and the planet, and in fact, all of star theory, which comes in this very, academic sort of setting from various wizards, it all sounds very similar to your faith of the blessed stars. But this is very esoteric. This is not the mainstream. The mainstream belief is that stars are all dead gods or some, variation of those. Depending on the exact religion, it varies. But in general, dead stars or angels or maybe dead gods or, something similar to that. And they're stuck in the heavens. And the other planes of Valeros are different planets. And that, certain times of the year you can see them. And that the only thing that really matters for navigation is the sun, the moon, and here in the city-state, they call it Borealis, the North Star. But in where you're from, you would not call it that. You would call it the guiding star, but it's the same thing. It's a star to the far north of the sky that you can basically help to orient yourself. And that's basically it in terms of the mainstream thought. It's much less advanced than what your people have.
Okay, so that sounds like stuff I all knew. So then I'd like to read some of the science stuff, and then what I'm hoping to mostly learn there is like notation. I want to be able to write down stuff about the stars in a way that is convenient.
Yeah, what you find in science is really odd. Maybe it's not odd for someone with such an ancient culture, but modern science, as in within the last 300 years, there is none. Nothing new has been learned about the heavens in well over 300 years. Basically, since the Dwarven Empire, literally nothing new has been learned about the Valeros and night sky. All these texts are just texts that, rather than doing new research, they just read other books and then write about those books. It's like this, Ouroboros, all leading back to these original sources that are all Dwarven in nature.
So
and the dwarves talk about, and all these, again, you can't ever get the original Dwarven text because that doesn't exist anymore, but you can read like 30 references to the same original text and sort of reconstruct it. And the dwarves made telescopes that could see the heavens, and they claimed that the sun that illuminates Valeros is the same as the stars in the sky, that there are several other astral bodies, is what they call them, which orbit this same central star. The star, they believe, is a giant ball of elemental fire from the elemental plane of fire. And they believe that these other, bodies rotating, the astral bodies rotating this giant ball of fire are not the other planes, but they're just different astral bodies entirely. And that the stars say nothing about Valeros and have no impact on anything, but they can be used for navigation, but they're very primitive tools.
Clearly false, because if you look at the night sky, those things are moving around us, not the other way around.
So true.
Stupid. Oh wait, what's the slur that the Neftarans have for dwarves?
Hazud.
Yeah, stupid Hazuds.
That's so good.
Dwarven N-word.
Yeah, he did.
You need to censor that, Alex?
No, I don't.
You just called me the Hazood word.
The H word. Oh.
Are there any dwarves on the ship?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Remember the opioid addict?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Ustrad
But that's just
Mokai.
an NPC, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Damn, that's fucked up. Jesus.
Morals only matter when it's player characters.
And then is there any like good? Are there any like parts that people have made to describe? Because like I've got an astrolab now, right?
Yeah,
so, like,
the
I feel like
best-
I should be able to write degrees and like exact positions.
Yeah, I think it would take you about 6 weeks of research, but you find something that is just incredible. It comes from the 700s. It is a Protonic source. Basically, in 682, the first ships from Eastern Valoris made their way westward, and all these were Protonic explorers. And they had this long oral tradition of how they navigated, and eventually someone decided to write it down. So it's like 200 years after all that exploration had happened, but it should be close enough. And they had this basically memory scheme that they would use to help memorize the different quadrants of the sky. They had names for all the constellations that are obviously different than yours, and they would batch together stars in different ways. Additionally, they found that if you go far north enough, up near Kalkland, some of the constellations don't appear anymore, and they see different ones. Additionally, some of the stars that are to the far, far south, those are no longer visible either. And when you get close enough to the mist wall, you can't navigate by the stars at all because the mist wall slightly overhangs. You know, it leans outward past itself, so you can't see the stars at all. And so, you know, those are the major insights from that. And it's an entire, you know, system of analyzing the stars that is different to your culture, but worked for these mariners for hundreds of years.
Okay, then I would like to... That's all very interesting. I'll use the last bit of my remaining time, then, to use my special star disc projector.
Yeah.
To try and study the local constellations and, like, compare differences from what I'm familiar with.
Yeah, I think you find that, you know, east to west, as you've been journeying across Valeros, they have largely been the same. The north one, the key navigational constellations, those have largely been the same. The guiding star has been in the same spot. The heavenly stars to the west have been in the same, roughly, you know, the same position. All the things that you need to use to navigate are where you expect them to be.
Okay, cool.
All right. So, later today, June 7th of 1275, Vezio, you have finished training your Marines for the day. What are you doing for free time? Like, what are you doing once you're done working with them? Or you don't have much money left to gamble, so... Are we gambling on credit?
No, that's probably a bad idea. Maybe in another city. Not one we have to come back to. I don't know. I know. We will go and window shop some nice new weapons. Knowing that we don't have the coin to spare.
Yeah, you and a couple of your Marines head down to the Craftsman and Merchant District. You walk into the great warehouses where merchants hawk their goods. You can spot, you know, shiny new plate armor that you will literally never be able to afford in your entire life, but goddamn is it pretty. And as you're doing all this, you feel a tap on your shoulder. You see a man with deep-set eyes and a slight smirk on his face. You recognize him as the new bosun's mate, but you don't really know his name. You just know he's from the crew. And he reaches into his coat and withdraws an orange-colored glass flask. Take a sip.
What's in it?
Oh, just something I scored from a dwarf here in the Merchant District.
Take it and smell it.
Yeah, it smells like paint thinner.
Solid.
Yeah, this doesn't smell very good.
Well, yeah, it's a really powerful booze. I mean, have you ever seen those dwarves? They need to drink something that'd kill a small child to feel anything.
I'll take a small sip, I guess.
Yeah, make a constitution check.
Taste. The lobster wine all over again.
Yeah, it's fucking vile. You instantly feel yourself gagging after it goes down. There is just like burning as it passes down your throat, but you just, you know, hold your mouth shut, keep it in, and that slight smirk grows a little bit, you know, more into a smile. You don't like this person. He's very condescending. And he sort of steps back and says, well, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I actually came to give you and your Marines a bit of a special offer.
Go on.
Probably less of a public place. Listen, I heard that you were on some money troubles. I could, you know, get you some food at a cafe down near the river.
No, I think not. What's this guy's name again?
You don't know. He's just the bosun's mate. You know that much because you've seen him before.
Bosun's name. I'm gonna mentally take note of that. I'll be getting back to the ship, but I mean...
Oh, come on! It's a really good offer for you.
I said no, and I'm gonna walk away.
All right, and you know, a couple of your Marines follow along, and one of them flips a finger to the bosun's mate, and you go about your business. Georg, It's later in the evening now. You're no longer, hopping from tasting place to tasting place. You've settled down at a bar near Peeler's Wharf. It's in the neighborhood of Peeler's something. I don't remember what it's called. What was the neighborhood called? It was also called Peeler's Wharf, right? The one right next to it where you guys set up?
Pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure it's all. Yeah, so you head to the neighborhood of Peeler's Wharf. There is a small little bar there where you decide to set up. And you're pretty into it, Georg. Like, you're starting to get a bit soused. You've burned through a couple silvers in the process. And a man sits down beside you. You recognize him, Georg. He is Samuel Ash, the bosun's mate. And he looks over and says, "How you feeling, old man?"
How would I wait? How strong is the alcohol?
Not very, and you're a severe alcoholic.
I'm not really feeling anything.
Well, how about we do a trade? I'll give you a little special something I got from the merchant district, and you hear me out.
Hopefully, it will make my work. It will be worth my while. All right, and I'll just.
He takes out the little orange flask and hands it over to you. It's stoppered.
I'll take a fucking swig.
Yeah, I mean, it's gross, but it makes you feel something. You start to instantly, you feel it hit, and this is like, you take a little sip, and that's enough for a little bit. You'll come back to that later, but yeah, Sam just looks at you. Oh yeah, I got it from an ogre in the merchant district.
Ah.
Oh, yeah.
I see why it tastes so nasty.
I mean, even the ogre, he was just dipping his pinky into it and, taking little licks off of that. He couldn't handle the full thing, so I don't know what that says about you.
Probably fucking die if I take another fucking big chug of this. But anyways, what is it that you want me to do for you?
Well, it's not so much for me. It's that I have an opportunity for you. You see, I found a way. Well, you've been hearing... You know that sword that we sold a couple weeks ago? The magical one. Sold for he sort of leans in close, 500 gold?
I remember that.
Yeah. You guys had a elven sword that you sold at auction and the captain made, I believe it was exactly 500 gold.
It was 4.
Oh, 400 gold, thank you.
A lot of money.
What about it?
Well, I've been mucking about the docks, talking to people, and I think I got a perfect mark. I mean, you've stolen things before, right?
I'm very quick with my hands, yes.
Exactly. So there's this ship. It's called the Silver Siren. It's docked over at the Lurker dock. It's headed by this captain, Captain Kowalski. And I've been drinking with the folks that work aboard the ship, and one thing leads to another, and I got the quartermaster speaking into my ear, telling me that they have a magical item aboard that ship.
Go on.
Well, I'm thinking, that sword, that little, trinket that we got while doing other stuff, that sold for 500. They're hiding this thing. I had to basically get that man to the brink of incontinence for him to even spill the beans that they had anything aboard the ship. Imagine how much that'd be worth if we could get a hold of it. So I'm thinking we get a couple of the other officers, we get a nice little, heist going. Get it for ourselves, hop out of the city before they're any of the wiser.
How long would it take before our ship sails out?
Who knows? You guys technically can leave whenever, but Lord Rosshild has said that you can he's been paying for your dock expenses, he's been paying for repairs to your ship, and he hasn't told you to leave the city yet, so you guys have just been taking advantage of it.
What do you... How fast...
Yeah, I guess that really got to your head.
Yeah. Who are you thinking of bringing with us?
Well, probably all the senior officers. I was gonna go to the captain last. Probably that new girl too. In fact, I don't know. All the new people strike me as a bit, shady. So I was thinking you, then of course, Master Rudel. I already spoke to Vezio, but he shrugged me off. I mean, you know how he can be.
Yeah.
And then, once we get a couple people on board, then we can go to Adrian. But if I come to him out of the blue, I'm sure he's going to be like, oh, it's too risky and blah, 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 blah. But, I think that's a good opportunity. Plus, if it's just us stealing it, there's no reason to split it amongst the crew. It's us that stole it. It should only go to us that, took the item.
Let me take a look at my characteristics.
Am I morally corrupt enough to do this?
Morally corrupt. You're all in a basically.
Am I morally goaded enough?
Yeah, exactly. Morally based enough.
I'm gonna take another sip of the fucking ogre.
Yeah, you feel like this is one of the things that would make people go blind. This is poison.
I'm in. Count me in on your plan.
Yeah, Samuel pats you on the shoulder and says, I was most excited about asking you. I knew that you'd see reason. All right, I'll tell the other folks, and we're probably not going to do it tonight, so feel free to drink the rest of that.
Alright, sounds good. You know where to find me.
Try not to die.
Yeah, he pats you on the shoulder and walks away. Yeah, it won't kill you. He was lying about the ogre thing. I mean, that's who Samuel Ash is. He lies about everything. He'd lie to, he'd sell it his own mother if it'd get him a couple coins. So you'll survive drinking it. It'll be it'll be a road. You will be drunk in an alleyway somewhere, but that's not uncommon for you.
Hey, but that's perfect.
Yeah.
It'll be a road, he said.
But later that evening, Rudel, you've come back to the ship after a long day in a cannon foundry. It cost you a couple pence to actually get in there to just watch the process. And now you're coming back to the ship after a long day. You're walking down Peeler's Wharf, and Rudel, you see that near one of the crates sitting next to the Defiance, there's your mate, Samuel Ash, is leaning against one of the crates, and as you approach, he sort of stands up fully and says, Master Rudel, could we talk before you head on board?
I suppose so.
All right, and he walks over, basically to the edge of the dock, so he's looking out towards the, open ocean to the east. So, I got this awesome opportunity, and I wanted to reach out to you before anyone else.
And why is that?
Well, the ship doesn't have as much money in the coffers as it could. I mean, I'm not saying I saw the ledger numbers, but I may have heard the captain over speaking about what's in there and split that 108 ways, and I'm just saying, we're not making all that much after risking our lives by crossing the world. So, I was thinking, we sort of get some coin for ourselves before we head on this long voyage.
I suppose you're not talking about a legal way of doing this.
Well, of course not. We're not. We're not, legal workers. If I wanted to be a legal worker, you'd be probably a metalsmith, and I'd be, polishing some nobleman's boots.
I suppose you're right.
Either way, there's this ship over at Lurker Dock named the Silver Siren. I spoke to some folks. I think there's a magical item on board, and, I'm just trying to see who all would be interested in, heisting from it. I haven't spoken to anyone else, but I think if, you were on board, then it'd do a lot for pulling a group together.
What makes you think this sort of thing?
That there's an item on board? Mm-hmm. The quartermaster is a bit like our first mate.
I see.
Yeah. So, I think I know a lot about the ship, but obviously I wanted to reach out to you before I progressed any further. With your blessing, I could pull a group together and we could meet tomorrow.
Do you know about the people on board?
Oh yeah, know the crew size, know the people we'd expect to be there. I've been looking into this for a while.
Well, give me numbers.
Well, the crew is 32, but only 17 are on board at any given time. Most of them are native to the city, so they, sleep at home or other places like this. And I can go over all this in the meeting tomorrow. I just needed to see if you were interested. Sounds like you are.
Well, something that's not boring.
Would you mind talking to the captain with me? Or maybe you approach him. I get the feeling that sometimes he doesn't like me.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a mouth on him, but you'll get used to it.
So does that mean you'll help me?
Yeah,
All
I'll
right.
see what I can do.
So Do you want to go approach Adrian Svensson now, late in the evening while he's in his cabin?
Yeah, I don't think he'd be doing anything else.
I would imagine not. Yeah, you head up to the captain's quarters, the only quarters on the ship. Adrian, what would you be doing this time of night?
Well, what time is it? How late is it?
It is after sundown, but not by much.
Okay, I'll just be, relaxing in my little cabin, reading something, maybe catching up on some administrative stuff for the ship. If I can do that.
All right, then yeah, you'll hear a knock at your
nature.
door, and then since your door doesn't have a lock on it, it'll just sort of swing open, and you can see Bosun Rudel standing there.
Oh, hello, Rudel. What can I do for you?
Oh, just a couple of minor personal business matters, but
Oh,
other than
of
that,
course.
came to check in on you.
Oh, well, getting a little antsy. We're still here. Don't think being at port this long is good for crew, general discipline and things like that. But I'm glad they're enjoying some time off. It's probably needed.
Yes, the new quartermaster was talking about how you were gonna make people eat 10 by 10 foot flags.
Gotta have humor in some things sometimes.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's a good bit. At least I thought it was pretty funny.
She took you literally. That was the funny part.
Oh well, that's half the humor, isn't it?
I guess so.
Messing with people like that, it lightens the mood all around. I like it. Quite important. Good for morale. Things of that nature.
But one of my subordinates came and talked to me about a little job that can go underway. Maybe fill our pockets a bit more before we set out.
Always good to hear things of that nature. Who was it?
Alex, who was it again?
Samuel Ash, your mate.
Samuel Ash.
He's not one of the new guys, right? We've had him for a while.
No, he's been on the crew for one of the founding members, actually.
Okay, yeah. And have I historically not liked him?
Yeah, he's the guy that kept taking your money.
Yes. He is a con artist and a thief, but the only reason you kept him around is because he would also do those things for you. Like, he would con people, and he actually gained a rogue level because he managed to scam someone while you were in Saltmarsh and earn the crew like 50 gold.
I forgot about that.
Gold.
I was like, yeah, I'm gonna tell him that. I was like, yeah, he's the guy that
Yeah.
dunked
Sorry,
a bunch of
Adrian
money from
would
you.
know
Adrian would know this because he's been the crew the whole time as well.
Ash. I'm not as excited about this idea.
Well, love him or hate him, you gotta admit, he's good at what he does.
I suppose he is, so I will do him the dignity of hearing the idea out. Although I imagine there's a reason you came, not him.
He mentioned a magical item, and, well, you know my intrigue about those.
Yes?
That's it. I love him.
I mean,
I want
who
it.
doesn't? How does procuring a magical item get us money? Isn't it
Well,
generally
gee, I
the
wonder.
opposite?
Gee, I wonder. It's almost like we could sell it. Like that elven blade we let go.
That we sold so we could buy things like food and water.
Yes, and then we could steal more and
unimportant
sell
thing.
more.
Are you out with it, Boodle?
I already said, we're gonna steal it and then sell it.
Steal a magical item from...
Well, he wasn't too keen on sharing the details. He wanted to wait until the meeting tomorrow.
The meeting tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a
He's
Ship meeting
organized.
Alex, am
no.
I
No, you're-
insane, Alex?
No, that's all correct, yeah. Now, it wasn't a ship meeting, it's a meeting that he's organizing, but it's the same difference.
Oh yeah. Yes.
He wants to steal a magical item from God knows where, from God knows who, and then sell it here in the city. Am I getting that right?
We could wait on selling it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think he'll be carrying on with this idea.
Where's your sense of adventure? What about all those fish people we plundered? Isn't that...
Yes, those were fish people, not actual people, if I recall correctly.
Jesus, holy based.
And let's just say we do go through with this, and we steal this magical item, and then we cart it off somewhere, and then we sell it, right? And then, oopsies, we actually stole from Lord Rothsill, which is fairly likely, because it's a magical item in the city he basically owns. What happens then, Rudel?
Ooh.
Remember what happened the last time this crew pissed him off?
I do.
And actually, the time before that? What happened those 2 times?
Well,
Someone
3 of our captains
specifically was
died.
killed. Ah, yes. Yes. So you can potentially see why I'm not too keen to encourage this scheme.
I
Conning
guess.
is one thing. Conning, there's plausible deniability, right? And it's, oh, I was just smarter than you, and now I have the money I, earned from you. Stealing, there's no getting around that.
Can't argue with that.
Alright. Now, I'm expressly forbidding this.
Yes, I know.
I expect you to relay that message to Ash. And I expect him not to go through with it. Is that clear?
I'll say what you say.
Alright then. Is there anything else?
What are we doing after this? I mean, what's our real plan?
Like immediately after this, or like long term?
Long term.
I believe we're traveling to Brash to kill some people. Lord Rothsill wants us to kill.
Yes, but after that.
Oh, after that, that's the joy of Rudel, whatever we want. I suppose I'll have a large ships meeting to decide, but we'll most likely go back to privateering. That's where the money is, after all.
Yes, I forgot about that part.
Yes. No problem. I know it's been a little bit since we've engaged in our
It's been years.
purpose-built activities.
Well, yeah, out of game, yeah.
No, years in the game, too. You guys have been enslaved to Lord Rothschild for like a full year now.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it has been a while. But, and Rudel, I know before the whole fish people thing, I was kind of a grouch. Yes, a dick, yes. Yes, I'm, trying to move away from that. The ship only survives off the crew, right? So,
Yes.
I'm gonna try and put their needs as well as all of your needs first. Things of that nature, Take your opinion into consideration more often. Perhaps be more lenient with things sometimes.
You seem different after that coma. There's still tadpoles in there? Let me take a look.
I'll,
I'm gonna-
yeah.
I'm gonna attempt to pry his eyes open.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm alright. being in a coma can have that effect. Well, I don't know. Do we call it comas?
Yeah, I mean, I think Crab was the one, your not doctor called it a magical coma, so I think that's just what we've been calling it.
There we go. All right, then.
Magical coma.
Yeah. He's a doctor, I swear, guys.
Yeah, totally. Ignore the fact he has no medical expertise.
Well, Rudel, is there anything else I can do for you tonight?
No, that'll be it.
All right, then. Don't forget to tell Ash.
Yeah, I won't.
All right, thank you.
So, Rudel, where to?
Probably to tell Ash exactly.
Okay, so we're going to cut back about 10 minutes. Shaibon, where would you be at this time of night? Are you still working on your carving?
Yeah, a little bit. Just
what
kind
would
of
be your
like,
favorite part of the ship? The top deck or the bottom deck? Or
honestly, yeah, probably the bottom deck.
like nestled in a dark little corner?
Oh, like not actually. Hold on. No, actually, no. Probably actually near the front. We're actually near like right on top of like the bowsprit or like right at the foremast.
Okay, so near like the ballista at the front of the
Yeah.
ship. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good spot. You get to see the ocean and shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're sitting there carving. You see sort of a dark figure approach just because the ship isn't very well lit, and then you see the features of Samuel Ash. You just joined up with the crew, so you know his name because he was going to be one of your carpenters until he was promoted to bosun's mate. But he has a smile on his face, like a very kindly smile, and he sits down next to you and rummages around in his coat, and he produces a steel chisel. I got one of these from the merchant district. Apparently, he points at the part of the wood at the back. That's a maker's stamp of a dwarven master.
Oh, is it now?
Oh, yeah.
May
It's
I see
yours. All yours. I don't do any carving. Oh, yes, it's a gift.
it? Thank you very much, Tom.
So, I know you're new to the crew and all, and I wanted to give you a chance to, prove yourself, make a reputation for yourself amongst the crew.
What kind of reputation?
A good one. But have you ever stolen anything?
Not stolen per se, but I've, I guess, levied business away from others.
That's good. You owned a business, right?
Yes,
Did you ever withhold any payments from your employees?
no, never withhold
Ah.
the payment.
Unfortunate. That would have been a good introduction, but that's fine. That's fine. Either way, amongst our crew, I'm sure you've heard about our past, and you know what we're going to do. We're going to go kill a man. We're not exactly the most, moral or whatever, but we make coin. And so, if you can earn this ship coin, that's what builds up your reputation. So, I'm coming to you first with this offer. There's this ship named the Silver Siren, 2 docks down, a lurker dock. Actually, you're more familiar with the city than me. I don't need to be explaining this to you. But either way, down that dock, there's a man named Captain Kowalski, and aboard his ship, the Silver Siren, there's a magical item I've had on good sources. And, I see the way that you can skulk around, away around, your tools here. I'm thinking that you could help me do a little heist, and at the bare minimum, you're a big set guy. You could probably keep your drink down. Could be useful in the heist.
You wanted to pull off a heist against another ship that has magic item, you say?
You get it, yeah.
I don't know. I don't see how I could be of help in this.
Well, their quartermaster is a drunk, like our lovely first mate, and just spend a couple hours with him, drink him under the table. If he's incapacitated, that's one less member of their crew we have to deal with. And if you really want, and he sort of puts a hand on your shoulder, you could really prove yourself and join me inside the hull of the ship. And I've already, while I haven't spoken to anyone else, I'm planning on speaking to the bosun, to the captain, to a couple others. I think we'll have ourselves a nice little heist crew to go through with this.
Perhaps if many of the others agree to it, but I doubt I could outdrink an alcoholic. You see, I don't actually drink too much.
He glances over at the captain's quarters, and you can see the bosun exit. You can see Rudel exit the captain's quarters, and he says, "All right, well, you just think it over. I'm gonna go, talk to the bosun about it."
May I join?
No, he knows more details than you, and if you're not going to join with us, there's some things you shouldn't know.
All right, if you say so.
And he'll, walk over to
but,
you.
Oh, let me.
He slows
Another time.
down.
Let me treat you to a drink sometime. As thank you for the chisel. I appreciate it.
No, it's fine. I don't drink. And he'll walk over to you, Rudel.
Alright, he doesn't. Alright.
Yeah.
So, you spoke to the captain. What'd he say?
Not good. Not good news at all.
Ah, so he doesn't want to join. That's alright. We could probably speak to the new quartermaster.
I'll rephrase. He forebode it entirely.
Sure. Yeah, sure. Okay. Either way, I'm thinking the new quartermaster, the quartermaster's mate. We could speak to those two.
Right. You could do that.
I think there's some amongst the carpenters who could have useful skills. Is there anyone you can think of?
Only... Xander, what's your character's name again?
Shaban.
Only Shaban.
Yeah, I just spoke to him. He's on board.
He is?
Oh, yeah.
That's a surprise.
No, it was pretty easy. Just gave him a little gift, told him about how he could get a chance to prove himself to the crew.
Okay. Heard there might be... No, not him.
I'll speak to some more folks tonight, and, we'll meet up tomorrow. And sure, we, can't do what the captain says, so whatever, we all know that back when Adrian was a normal member of the crew, he wasn't exactly the best about following orders, and I never have been. But we're at port. He's not our war master. We're still a democracy here.
See you tomorrow.
See ya. And, Kaheen.
Man is a schemer.
He always has been.
It was bold of Adrian to ever assume that he would care about anything.
Yeah, he literally stole from the ship's coffers at one point, like large quantities of money. All right, Kaheen and Unios, the two of you are conducting one of your night navigational lessons. Where would you guys be setting up for these? I guess more so Kaheen, since you're the instructor here. Where would you be setting up in the city to get a good view of the sky?
I was just gonna say on the boat.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, you just lay down on the deck and look up.
Yeah.
Okay, so, it's late. At this point, when the stars are fully out, most of the crew has already gone to bed. The captain's little candle has gone out. It's pretty late, and you're just pointing at star constellations, and as you go to point at another star constellation, this large head sort of moves in front of it, and you see standing over you is the somewhat off-putting features of Samuel Ash. You only recognize him because you were introduced, since him and your mate are basically the same rank, and he'll sort of extend a hand down to shake yours.
Hello. And I'll kind of sit up and then slowly stand and shake his hand.
Hi, we've met once before. Samuel Ash, Bosun's mate.
Yes.
And he goes to extend a hand to Unios as well.
Shake it tentatively.
Well, I just wanted to, once again welcome you to the ship, and I also wanted to give you an opportunity to get in on a job I'm organizing, earn some extra coin, maybe buy yourself some nice things before we leave the city.
I'm gonna look him up and down. I'm gonna roll an insight.
Yeah.
To see if he seems like a immoral character.
Yeah.
The DC is 2.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you see scars across his knuckle. He has a broken nose. He has a slight cocky smirk at all times. He has the first 3 buttons of his shirt are undone. He has burn marks on his index finger and thumb from fire moss usage. He has varicose veins around the base of his hands on both arms, indicating usage of Health Flake at some point in his life. This guy is a serial criminal, does drugs, very based, and is definitely not a moral character.
Wait a minute.
All right. What kind of work?
Well, you seem like a very discerning woman, so I'll put it in plain terms. No getting around you. It's grand larceny.
Very upfront, I like it.
You're joking.
No, it's grand larceny of an arcane item. I believe here in the city that's something like 50 years of prison time, but it's also one of the biggest payouts that you can ever get.
I suppose the captain has not signed off on this.
Oh, I haven't talked to him about it. I'm sure he would, though.
Perhaps I will ask him.
No, he's asleep right now. I'll talk to him tomorrow, though. And
Go
you
wake,
gotta keep in
go
mind.
wake the captain. And
No,
you stay here.
Me and
You
him
go
go
wake the
way
captain.
I've known him since this ship was founded. You are newbies.
Aenos, go wake the captain.
I'll go walk towards the captain, yeah.
Yeah, Samuel will just sort of, think for a moment, then he'll just smile. And, Unios, you walk over to the cabin. Adrian, you were just beginning to dream of better days, of days atop the open sea in a true merchant vessel with actual sailors, who are united behind a common cause, soldiers. And then you hear a knock, knock, knock at the door.
Who is it?
It is Unios.
Oh, all right. I'll get out of bed, rub my eyes. Come in.
I'll come in. The degenerate urchin wants us to commit larceny. He said you would be okay with it.
Ash.
He looks at you.
Eric's what I know his name.
Yeah, he just introduced himself.
Then yeah, I'll say yes.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I mean, yeah, you can look out on the deck behind him and see Samuel Ash and Kaheen there. And Samuel Ash, he just looks like his usual self, slight cocky smile on his face, looking over at you.
All right, so be it. Go get Rudel.
Alright, I guess I'll go get Rudel.
As you go to walk through that, Samuel Ash says, "Well, Captain, come on, let us talk this through."
Do I need to tell you all the reasons why it's a bad idea?
Please.
Who basically runs this city, Ash?
I would say the invincible overlord. I mean, the city has it in the name.
And who basically runs the dock district and shipping industry?
Oh, our good friend Lord Rosshild, of course.
Exactly. So,
but I bet you think I didn't read into this. I'm a bit of an erudite. I looked into city records. It's owned by the East Seas Shipping Company, not owned by our dear Lord Rosshild. At least not on any official documentation.
Yeah, that's the bit I'm worried about, not in the official...
Well, then how about you reach out to our good friend?
You want us to reach out to our patron and ask him permission to do crime in a district that he oversees?
No, of course not. Ask him if he owns the ship.
I just kind of stare at him, kind of like gawking.
Is this something new to you? Did you not, kill people and rob their caravans in whatever desert rat hole you come from?
I'm gonna look at my spell sheet. Alright. No. I did not.
That's what we do here, alright? Tell him about the Prince Henry age. Oh, well, you were under for that one. Either way, that's just what we do. We privateer, we steal ships, we kill people. I'm sorry. Welcome to the crew.
It's generally not something we do in port, Ash.
Yes, but it's such a good opportunity. That little sword, 500 gold. Imagine what a real item would sell for. I know that when we get to the end of this voyage,
know what it is?
I have an indication.
An indication.
Yes. Only the officers aboard the ship know about it. Only the quartermaster could even get to be able to speak about it, despite all of them being piss drunk. I've been at this for 2 weeks and only gotten a snippet from him. That means they're hiding it, and if they're hiding it, it's valuable.
Do you know for sure it's a magical item?
Absolutely. Unless the quartermaster just sort of spat out dribble. Which I guess isn't beyond possibility, but I'm willing to risk it. I mean, it's a small crew, 17 men. Worst case scenario, we kill them all and, book it out of here as quickly as possible.
We want to kill 17 men who did nothing wrong.
Do you think we're a charity?
Do you have no god?
No. Well, commerce, I guess. Women, wine, fire moths. Can't forget that.
Glared in for that one. I will ask.
There we go. And, if he doesn't respond in the meantime, there's no harm in planning an operation.
You cannot. I'm gonna turn to the captain and say, "You're entertaining this."
Well, I mean, he's right. It's not like we trade for him. It's, I mean, what did you think we did?
Not thievery.
We
You're not
have slaves
pirates.
in the hold beneath us. Is stealing
Yes,
so much
we're-
wrong?
We're privateers. It's basically what we do.
And not pirates. And there's a line.
All right, let's go get a slip of paper from Lord Rosshild and say, "Pretty please, sir, can we kill these 17 men and take their loot?" And then is it okay?
I mean, this is a money-making venture, Kagan. We're all part of it.
Kaheen.
All right, Kaheen. I'll get it eventually.
Oh yeah, Captain, you wouldn't want to mispronounce the snake charmer's name.
And for your part, Ash, you know what? It's nothing I haven't told you thousands of times.
And if we all earn a ton of gold from this, you'll be thanking me. I overheard your conversation with our quartermaster a couple days ago. I know you put in a small fortune into this expedition. If we get a couple thousand gold from this item, you'd be paid out quite a bit.
Yes, well, as incentivizing as that sounds, that doesn't dissuade my suspicion at all. We need more information.
Send your letter
Get
to
as
Lord
much
Rosshild,
information as you can.
and I'll
I'm
put
going
together
to
a
do that.
meeting.
And we're going to do a full crew vote on this.
Do you want the entire dock district to know we're going to be doing this? If you have 100 men vote for it, the entire docks will know within the hour.
We'll do it immediately before. Alright?
Oh, God.
Right before.
Okay.
This is a bad idea.
Alright.
I
He is
agree,
right.
it is a bad idea to vote.
No, the criminal is right. Voting would be worse.
Do it with a small heist group, you know? I'm thinking us, the
Don't
rest
do
of the
it at
senior...
all.
All right, well, other than the rich woman who clearly has no concern about money, for the rest of us, we all do it with the senior officers, throw in Vezio, because if we do get caught, I want him there. I think we can all agree on that. And then we do it, and we leave. We just leave the city the next day.
He spends all his money on drugs and then complains that he has no money.
Yes, precisely. Have you ever had Hellflake?
No.
That'll
Alex,
make you
do
feel
I-
divine.
Do I have the authority to just say no to this? Or if
You
wanted
can say no to
would
this,
I
but
have
he
to?
could then try to get a crew vote, or he could just do it on his own. Again, you guys haven't set out for the expedition, so you're not actually like...
I say we just get this guy off the ship. I don't want to work with this fucker.
He tried this before, by the way. Adrian, or maybe it was the other captain, Listo. Someone tried to remove Samuel from the crew, but he's pretty well liked because he just gets people shit. He gives out tons of gifts and things like that, so...
And do we have to vote off? Like the captain can't just like send like get
No,
somebody
no,
off
the
ship?
captain has literally zero he can't unilaterally kick people off the ship. It's a full crew thing. Same with any other officer.
Didn't we set up the contract that? Okay, no. So it's only. I thought in the contract we said that if we got enough of the officers together.
Yeah, that was for the captain, yeah.
Just the captain.
The captain has special
So-
removal votes, but for everyone else, it is majority of the crew.
Majority of the crew, and that's just needed to remove any single person.
Yeah. Now, obviously, there is the
imaginal
exception of them in battle. In battle, the captain can do whatever he wants. If you guys are engaged in a fight with another ship, he can instantly fire people. He can instantly declare them, put them in the brig.
Good plan. We get in the fight with this after stealing the magic item, and then we can just remove Sam.
Okay,
There you
I
go.
get in a fight with Ethan, and then we exit.
Holy baby.
Is that the way that works?
But yeah, once you guys actually leave port, then Ethan will be actual captain, and then he can start doing captainy things. But until you guys leave them, he's just like a member of the crew that has been agreed to be captain and has the clout and respect of one, but he doesn't have any legal authority.
Alright. Ash, you know as well as I do, I can't technically stop. Unless I call for a full crew vote to stop.
I agree, so I was being very polite by, inviting you into this thing.
You know what? That's better than some of the things you've done in the past, so I
Exactly.
applaud your improvement, however minuscule.
Thank you.
I don't like it, but I will have to admit, it's a good opportunity. Kaheen, this is what we do. It's how money is made. That's the whole point of this voyage, is to make money for everyone involved. If I don't encourage that, then I am not going to be captain for very much longer.
Well then, I can consider Kaheen and her mate not interested, but for those that are interested, I'll make sure to host a meeting tomorrow and we can
Now-
get going on that whole heist thing.
if we do go through with this, even if Kaheen wasn't interested, she's still getting paid as a member of the crew. If you're doing this, you're going to do it for the whole crew. That's just as I can't say no to this, you can't say no to that.
Yeah.
If you're going to use the crew's resources to do this, then if you want to go and do it on your own, all by yourself, then I suppose you can keep the money. But you and I both know you're not going to do that.
I'm more of a lover, not a fighter.
Yeah.
Have I found Rudel by now?
Yeah, you can go to the lower hold and find Rudel fully asleep from exhaustion, unwakeable.
I'll head back up then.
Yeah, you climb up to the top deck.
Unwakeable. So hammered, he's unwakeable. That's so cool.
You climb your way to the top deck, and you find, when you were leaving, the body language was very clearly, Kaheen is angry, the captain is reprimanding, and Samuel Ash was looking confident. And as you come back up, you see Kaheen is looking, I'd imagine, pretty annoyed, maybe crestfallen, some combination of those. The captain's like, well, shit, I guess we got to do it. And then Samuel Ash looks the exact same.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I'll just say he's drunk. He can't be woken.
What do you mean can't be woken?
Oh, he had a long day.
You know what? You know what? Doesn't actually matter.
So, it's good that we worked this out. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then. And he chuckles and climbs below deck.
I don't.
You are condoning this.
That's how money is made. I can't.
You're going to get us hung.
By who?
The people we are stealing from.
Because they alone have the authority to hang us.
The state. Kill our credibility.
What is the Invincible Overlord's opinion on grand larceny?
Yeah, if you guys get caught, if somehow, there are several instances in which you could get caught, but if you do somehow get caught during this heist, the magistrates will be called on you. Magistrates are, enforcers of the law who have scrolls on them, and typically have scrolls of fireball, and everyone on the ship will be not hung, but just executed via burning to death.
Ah.
Oh, that's rough.
That's if you get caught, though, and that would require either A, someone survives the heist, or B, you just, either you go in fully stealthily and take it, or you go in hot, kill all of them, and then leave the city immediately. Either way, it's hard for the magistrates to catch you if you do either of those things.
Is Alex going to offer a side quest that TPK's session?
Us immediately? Yes. I
think you would.
Yeah.
There's
I think
always
you
a
would.
chance, right?
No, this is the session 1 morality test.
Yeah, I think this is bait guy.
Yeah, this is so funny. The campaign ends at the end. It turns into a one-shot.
He wants to go to sleep.
So true, actually. The COVID sleepiness made me rewrite the whole session.
Alex is like, yeah, once I started setting out really hard heist session 1s, I started charging a lot more for full campaign prices.
That's funny.
Yeah, alright.
I'm assuming I've gone to bed as well.
Yeah, it's very, very late. Okay, so, the captain goes to bed, and we know what Kaheen thinks about this, but Unios, obviously you were busy trying to wake up the unroustable Rudel. What do you think about theft?
If the captain's okay with it, he's not necessarily approving, but he's willing to humor it.
Based. All right, well.
Yo, same.
He'd rather it's done well than they all get murdered.
There you go. If it's gonna happen anyways, might as well join in on it. That's what I always say. All right. So the next day, we're not gonna go through all of it just because it's a lot of individual conversations. But Samuel Ash is gonna start to pull together his crew. He'll go to Georg and say, "We got the captain's approval. We got everyone's approval. You're in, buddy. Welcome to this awesome heist we're doing."
Everyone's approval.
Yep. He will go
Ro
to
literally went up to me and said, "I don't drink."
he'll go up to Shaibon next, and he'll tell Shaibon, hey, I hope you're liking that new, thing I got you. Also, the job's going through. We got the captain, the bosun, and the first mate on board. So you're in 2. Congratulations. Meet me on the top deck at, this time. This next conversation, though, we have to play out because it's going to be a bit more difficult. Vezio, you're doing your morning exercises with the Marines on the dock. They're all, not in uniform or anything or armor. They're just doing, morning exercises. And as you're watching over them, that same annoying little man from yesterday approaches you, Vezio, and he walks up and he has something underneath his cloak, which he's reaching for as he approaches you.
It's a gun. Kill him.
Yeah,
Just stand there, arms crossed.
He's going for your service weapon.
Yeah, he produces a dagger with a series of intricate engravings along it, and he hands it over to you. And oddly enough, yesterday when you were window shopping, you remember walking by this one weapon stand, and you were staring at this dagger because it's beautiful. It's not a real weapon; it's an ornament piece, and it looks very similar to that one. And he extends it, hilt towards you.
Jesus Christ!
Right,
This guy
even
goes
touch
around
it.
town stealing shit to buy clout to steal more shit.
He's very cool.
He
Before I
is
touch
quite
it, I'll say,
based.
This guy is not cool. We hate him.
before I accept it, what's the catch?
There is no catch. I just wanted to,
There's a-
get back
there's
right
always
on a
catch.
good foot.
I'll take it. I'll hear you out.
Well, that thing I was talking to you about, I was going to talk to you about it and then you walked away. The captain has now approved it, as well as, everyone on the ship that I've spoken to, all the senior officers anyways. And I think you'd be really useful. So I wanted to extend an olive branch.
The captain approved it, you said.
Yes, sir. You can go speak to him if you wish. I think he's writing a letter to our patron to confirm that it's all right with him.
Fucker.
That is kind of what I'm doing.
No, it's not.
In a very vague sense.
Dude, how are you
deconstruct it,
losing
like,
to an
30
NPC
levels.
right now? Like you are out of game getting tricked by him.
Anyways,
Roleplay is one thing, but you're like coping in real life.
anyways,
funny.
If the captain said so, yes.
Now, he didn't
Come
say you
along.
had to join, but I did want to offer it to you.
Well, I think I'd better. Just remember that I'll be keeping as much an eye on you as everyone else on that ship.
Oh, of course, and I should introduce myself. Samuel Ash, bosun's mate.
Is he offering a handshake?
Yeah,
I'll take it, and I'll test his strength a little.
he is not strong.
Yeah, well then I'll
Based.
crush his hand, not enough to hurt, but... not
Yeah,
enough to
he gives
harm
you
him.
a sort of smile, and you notice he's missing 1 or 2 teeth in his mouth.
And I'll just walk away.
Alex, during all
Yeah.
of this, at some point, I would like to find Rudel.
Sure, yeah. Unfortunately, Blake is not here. So, yeah,
He is asleep and unwakeable again.
yes, he is still sleeping in late into the morning.
Yeah. And I can't wake him.
Unfortunately not.
That's just how this is going to get played.
Indeed, it is how it is going to be played.
Okay.
You could approach the captain if you'd like him to appeal his decision, or the first mate, or any of the other officers, but yes, Rudel is unwakeable.
Well, it's because it's his mate, so I was going to tell him to get him in order. But...
Yes, yeah. I don't think that would have worked anyways. I think Rudel's pretty on board with this whole theft thing. He was the first person to agree.
I know, but my character didn't know that.
That's fair, that's fair.
Matt Georg was the first to agree.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. He lied to so many people, I lost track.
All right. Well, do I know about this meeting?
No, because he hasn't approached you about it. I mean, he did say in front of you that he was going to do one tomorrow, but he didn't say when or where.
Okay, then oh, fuck. All right, I want to find the captain then.
Okay, yeah. As you head up to the top deck, you see Samuel Ash down at the docks talking to Vezio, and you walk over to the captain's cabin. And... You give a knock on the door, and Adrian, you are writing a very intricate diplomatic letter to Lord Rothschild, trying to inquire as to if he has any connections to the ship, the Silver Siren, docked at, Lurker Dock, and just try to be very polite in the way that you word the message.
Yeah, makes sense.
So that he doesn't murder you like the last two captains of the Defiance.
Yeah, and when I hear the knock, I say, come in.
How are you okay with this?
Well, it's less of being okay and more of finding a way to say no that, doesn't make me look bad to the crew, essentially.
Ah. So you're expecting Lord Rothschild to decline?
No. I'm hoping he will, because then it means I won't have to call for all crew. Because, essentially, what I plan on doing now is, if he even gets back to me, which I find that to be unlikely, if he doesn't, I will simply call for a whole crew vote to vote on this, and either they will say no, or they will say yes, but the jig will be up anyway. And so...
Does he
most
even have a
likely we'll
plan?
do-
If he says that we will leave immediately, but if the crew is not on the boat, we cannot leave.
Yeah, that's probably going to be brought up at the meeting. That's sort of the whole point of that. The issue is I can't expressly forbid them from doing this. I don't have that authority right now. And so I have to find a way to say no within the bounds that I'm working in right now. Because if he really wants to, I cannot stop him. We're not at sea. I don't have that power. The only thing that can stop him is a full crew vote. Or me convincing him, which is never going to work. You've heard the man talk.
I want to be at the meeting.
Yes, it's a whole crew thing. The entire crew, excluding the peasantry down below, will be there.
Jesus.
All right. Just
If that's what ends
I
up
fear
happening.
he will not invite me as I expressed my discontent. But I want to be there.
Yes, you are entitled to be to any meeting the crew holds. So
Very good.
I will come and get you if it seems like you are being left out. Come and get you.
Very good.
Alex, what
Yeah.
are the chances of this letter actually being answered?
Almost zero. You've sent Lord Rothschild 3 communications since you arrived in the city, each time asking for additional coin to pay for harbor fees, and no response letter has come, only coin. So you have literally not been communicated to with him since you first came back to the city 2 months ago, and he said, hey, thanks for killing that guy, and then radio silence since then.
And how fast does the coin normally come?
A couple days.
Okay, yeah, I'm not even going to bother sending the letter.
Okay, so you write it, but don't actually send it.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to bother.
All right.
There's no point. I should
Okay.
send
Wait,
it.
there had to be communication at some point, right? Because we got a new quest.
Yeah, that was a quest you were given over a year ago, but the players needed to go deal with the one in the colonies first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Unios, you are in the bottom part of the ship doing the boring task of a quartermaster's mate, which is double checking the manifest of the ship to what's written compared to what's actually in the cargo hold, making sure that, everything is accounted for. So you're just walking around the bottom hold with a little slate of wax, doing this boring ass work while all the debt slaves are sort of crowded around you, sweltering, melting in this fucking horrific death trap of a ship.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
I hate them.
And, someone sort of falls into step beside you, and at first you assume it's a debt slave, and then you feel, a sort of hand tap your shoulder, and you hear a voice say, Unios. And you look over and see Samuel Ash.
You again.
Yes. I, noticed that when you're with your, mistress, you're a bit more demure, but I wanted to have a conversation one-on-one, give you a special opportunity.
Is it the same opportunity you gave last?
Yes. But now with a captain's seal of approval.
I don't like it, and I don't like you, but I'd rather it be done well.
You look like the type of man who is used to having wealth, and I guess you don't have that much right now since you're here, so wouldn't it be nice if you did?
Don't push it, I already said.
Alright, just trying to remind you why we're all here, but if you're interested, we're going to meet at a bar. I don't know if you know the one where the first mate frequents, but it's at the base of Peeler's Wharf in the neighborhood. Just be there at around 13th bell. That should work just fine. All right, then.
I'll just go back to doing my spreadsheets, yeah.
Yeah, your medieval spreadsheets. So to summarize,
medieval Excel.
Yeah, Aaron, Jackson, Xander, and Yarrow, the four of you will be told where to meet and at what time. Ethan and Ben, neither of you will be told where or when Samuel Ash is doing the meeting to discuss the heist. So...
Is it later in the day?
It is later in the day, yeah.
Yeah, I'm calling the crew meeting at some point before they all disperse for the nightly activities. So
it's not that late in the day. It's before they'd be dismissed around 4 o'clock to go do evening everything, like drinks and things like that. So it'd be before then. It'd be around lunchtime is when he was going to do his meeting.
Oh, that's when I was going to do mine at noon.
Oh, okay. Well, that's before his then.
All
yeah.
yours because you didn't know.
I mean, yeah.
Sure.
I'll
okay. Well then, around noon, as everyone's finishing up their morning maintenance activities, you call a ship meeting. The first mate and several other people, the still unwakeable bosun, gather together. The crew.
He's very sleepy.
And barring the debt slaves who do not count, Sag, there are 100 and something crew members. No, that's with debt slaves. Without debt slaves, there is 60 something, 50. We're doing research right now. We're doing research.
Snitches.
Jesus. 66. There are 66 crew members. So they all gather aboard the deck of the Defiance and gather around the poop deck. Up on the poop deck are the 5 senior officers. And, there's actually procedures to these things, sort of like in Congress, where it's like, Speaker of the boat, we're going to skip over all of that. Captain Svensson, why have you called the crew here today?
I have called you all here so that we can address a proposition that, whatever the fancy title for Ash, the bosun's mate, Ash, or whatever the fuck his first name is, has for a money-making opportunity, and I thought this would be best discussed amongst the crew so you all can weigh the pros and cons and we can ultimately all decide on a course of action together. So, bosun's mate Ash.
He looks up from the, amongst the crowd.
Propose your idea.
All right. He walks up onto the poop deck and says, all right, here are the facts. Over at Dock, there's a ship called the Silver Siren, and I just want to clarify, since we're doing this in a public vote setting, you can't tell anyone about this. Honestly, even the fact that we're having a vote meeting right now is suspicious, so, just try to keep it to yourselves. Anyways, on that dock, there's a ship called the Silver Siren. It's privately owned, and I tracked down who owns it. It's a company called the East Sea Shipping Company. It only owns 2 vessels. Its ownership is by another corporation, and nowhere along this track could I, find any evidence of our good friend Lord Rothschild, so I assume this is owned by some other trading house or something like that. The crew of the ship is 37, but most of those live in the city, leaving only 17 men aboard the vessel itself at any given time. Those men take 2 shifts on and off the vessel during the evenings, meaning, if we time it properly, there'll only be about 9 men aboard the vessel. There are some officers aboard the ship with some reputations, but the goal would be to get in and out quietly, so the men aboard shouldn't matter too much. The reason why we want to do this is because there's a magical item on board. Last night I broke into the Harbor Master's office, and that...
react to that? Do they, know what a magical item is?
Yeah, of course, you guys just sold one, a couple weeks ago for fat stacks. You see greed in most of the eyes of the people there, especially the oarsmen. And he says, so I broke into the Harbor Master's office last night and looked at the ship's ledger for the Silver Siren, and they denoted a steel lockbox, but did not mention the contents. I believe that is where our magical item is, and the thing that first put me onto it was the quartermaster of the ship bragging that they had extremely valuable cargo. So, the ship's leaving in 2 weeks, which means we have a limited time span, and then it's headed northward, so we'd never see the thing again. So I propose, tonight, we break onto the vessel, take the magical item, and then leave the city. We were all sort of waiting to leave at any point. I know some of you have wives and girlfriends here or whatever, but you knew you were going to have to leave them eventually. Might as well do it now with the fat payday in the next city that we go to. That's it.
Alex,
Yeah.
having operated a carpenter's business for shipping, do I recognize the EC shipping company in any way? Or any
Nope,
of its
only
history?
2 ships. It's a very, very, very small one. You've never heard of it.
I heard.
Like, for context, the largest shipping company in the city, which is Rothschild Shipping, owns 210 vessels across the world.
Yeah, so owning 2 is...
Very small.
Okay. I want to kind of just ask him loudly. And what happens when you get caught?
Now, if we get caught, we kill the whole crew. Maybe take the Silver Siren with us when we leave the city.
And leave instantly?
Of course.
So then everybody needs to be ready to go.
Of course.
And then news gets out
Sure.
that the ship owns by Lord Rothschild.
It's
Who
not
could
owned by
kill all
Lord
of us.
Rothschild.
Has committed a crime.
You got no
And then he
evidence
comes.
that our ship isn't owned by him, their ship isn't owned by him. You know, our relationship with Lord Rothschild, correct me if I'm wrong, Captain, that's all sort of on a personal basis. There's no legal document anywhere that says that we're, enshrined to him. And if Lord Rothschild has some political troubles back home because of something that happened at docks he doesn't own, ships he doesn't have anything to do with, I don't see how that has anything to do with us.
It's more of the risk that he doesn't, just as there's no evidence connecting us to it, he does not need evidence to do something about it to us. Right. He can
Listen,
just
you're
think it's
speculating
us.
on what he may or may not do. The simple fact is he doesn't own our ship, he doesn't own that ship, and it's our free gold. I see no problem here.
There's a lot of speculating both ways. You don't know for sure that's a magical item there. All they said was valuable item. Valuable item could mean anything. Sure, it could mean gold or jewels.
Hell, I don't care if it's 5 pounds of spices worth a small king's ransom. If it's valuable, I want it. The crew needs it.
It could also mean something of great personal value, as you said.
I really don't think that's what he meant. That would be absurd. And if it were, then why would they hide it on a ship's ledger? You don't hide an item, a portrait of your wife on a ship's ledger. You hide magical items or something very valuable.
All I'm saying, speculation on your part as well.
My speculation comes from harbor master's logs and, words from men on the ground. Your speculation comes from a deep paranoia of a man who killed 2 previous captains. And don't get me wrong, it was a tragedy, but at least O'Hoof came here to die. No one forced him to.
That may be true.
That gets a couple of rumbles amongst the crew. People did not like that one.
He said, at least a hook came here to die.
Which is true, but they like that captain.
Yeah.
They do not
He
like
was the
you.
nicest one of all.
Yeah.
Who played him?
Xander did.
Xander.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. He was basically the original Kaheen, trying to be morally good and kind and gave out good shit to everyone and never really gave a hard punishment.
He did kind of
Now,
get
Alex,
walked over all the
and-
time, but
All
Yeah.
these votes are public, correct?
yeah.
All right. Am I allowed to? Well, that's probably not popular. I was gonna threaten anybody that votes with him less food.
Nope.
Yeah,
That's probably not a
You
popular
can't do
thing.
that, but that is bordering that's that's you could get voted out of office for that, because again, just simple majority is all it takes to get an officer removed, with the exception of the captain.
I'll address the crew now.
Yeah.
There's a reason I've called both. It is ultimately up to you all. I personally think it's a bad idea. It's speculative. And while we do need the money will come in time. Besides, we'd have to leave immediately. Looks like most of you are quite enjoying your extended vacations here. And I'm woe to interrupt that for potential rewards.
If there's not too much to ask, how long do we think, if on speculation this is a magical item and we were able to get on speculation 500 gold from it, quartermaster and captain, you may know this, How long do you think we'd be able to last with that amount of money doing other work in other harbors?
Can you clarify the question?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I know what you mean.
What I mean is, if we were to steal this magical item, would it help in the long term as well? Or is it just going to be temporary relief from financial problems?
We have the money
No.
to complete our current mission.
It
Yeah.
would be a payout.
Yeah, Samuel
also.
speaks up and says, yes, it's profit. It's not to make us just make ends meet. It's to make us rich men.
I see.
Okay.
If you wanted to be thieves in a city, you should just go steal. You did not join a ship so that you could steal things where there are guards. Where you
I
will get
joined a
caught.
ship so that I could steal from boats. There's a boat there with a fat stack of cash that should be in my pocket.
This fucking guy.
So, we're now going to vote. For the people who lead teams, their team will vote as they do. So I guess we'll start with Svensson. What do you think? Yay or nay?
I'm voting no.
Alrighty. Georg.
So does that mean all the Marines, or is it?
Nope,
is
you
that
have no
based
people
off-
underneath your command.
Okay.
Yay for me.
Alrighty. Kaheen.
Absolutely not.
Blake is not here, but I assume he would vote for because he seemed very on board. Bezio.
Oh shit, would that include me? Ah,
No,
fuck.
you're not on Rudol's team.
The captain is against it,
Correct.
so I'm against it.
Alrighty, the forecastle men will vote yes, so that is 6 votes for. The afterguard will vote yes. The top men, which is 10 votes, will vote yes. Xander, you have the entire carpentry team underneath your, purview, which is 6 votes. Currently, it is 21-3.
Do I have anyone under
Vote with me
mine?
on that.
No, I mean you have Jackson, but he can vote however he wants.
I don't have all the idlers.
No.
Dang it.
I think I'm gonna vote no.
Okay. That is 21-9. The Marines will vote as Bezio did, which will be 10 votes against, so it's 21-19. David Cook, he wants money, and he already has his girlfriend with him on the boat, so that's a yes. The Master of Arms does not want to do this. The Sailmaker definitely doesn't want to do this because he's a law-abiding citizen. Your head oarsman is a former slave. He wants the money. Your surgeon is a
Damn it,
well-trained,
that's not
posh
good.
gentleman, so he's going to vote against it. Crab is a psychopath, so he'll vote for it.
Base crab. Crab is the only guess vote I'm cool with.
Yes, because it's funny.
Unios, how are you voting?
I'm voting no.
Alrighty. Samuel Ash is, of course, voting yes. Democritus doesn't get a vote. And that leaves the oarsmen. Several oarsmen are going to vote no, because they have wives and girlfriends that they don't want to leave. I mean, they will have to eventually, but they'd rather not do it now. So there will be 7 votes against, which will be, and then there will be 10 votes for. So the final vote is 36 for, 30 against. Primarily, the main thing that decided it was that the topmen, afterguard, and forecastlemen, who are some of the, did not make that much on the previous voyage, because you guys came back home with very little profits per person. Those guys largely voted on the side of Samuel.
Fuck, dude.
And not really anything I can do about that.
No, other than find another way for them to get money, which you can't. you can Unless you can think of another way for them to make fat stacks in the city.
No, yeah, other than us just, leaving the city eventually.
There you go. So, that was the vote. 36 for, 30 against. Pretty close.
Sucks.
So be it.
All right, well, let's go do a heist.
Yeah, I mean, Samuel will sort of speak up and say, well, Captain, if it's no trouble, I would like to go with my previous meeting. We don't need 36 people or 66 to do the full heist. Only a small team is necessary.
No problem. This is your heist now, Samuel. However you wish to conduct it, you can really conduct it.
As the
ship's
crew
resources
starts
are
to
yours.
disperse, Samuel will wait a little bit until more of the crew's dispersed, and then he'll look at Kaheen and say, well, would you like to come along?
To the meeting?
No, to the heist.
And not the meeting.
Well, if you're coming to the heist, you're coming to the meeting. If not, I don't need you there.
Can I come to the meeting then decide?
No.
No.
All right, then. Well, what about you, Unios? You seemed a bit on the fence. Ship approved now.
I don't like it, but I'd rather it's done well.
There we go. Perfect. All right, well, and Captain, of course you come along. We can never do this mission without our fine Captain.
So be it.
So, everyone, except for Kaheen, and of course the
I'm not
unwakeable... Oh, interesting. Despite the entire crew of voting majority, you would not like to participate?
I don't think so. Yeah. Well.
Okay.
I mean, I think what Siobhan's thinking is, how the fuck is he gonna help? What's he
You
gonna
can just
do,
go to the
carve them
meeting.
up?
I mean, you've been explicitly invited by Samuel. He would like you to at least come to the meeting.
So I
What?
can go to
He
the
gets,
meeting.
He gets in at least come to the meeting?
Yeah.
It's because I'm almost okay with it.
I give it like 3 sessions until this guy overthrows Ethan as captain.
No, the thing is, he did this the whole previous campaign. He doesn't want to be captain. He just wants to be rich.
Dude, we gotta get this guy off the boat.
Yeah. I don't think I'll be
Eventually,
going.
he will overstep. Eventually.
Eventually, yeah. All right, and I mean, this was a close vote. Like, it was not. It's like a couple greased palms, and that vote does not go through. So, anyways, okay, if Shaiban doesn't want to do this heist, that is fine. I think Samuel will pat you on the shoulder as, people are leaving the ship to go to the bar, and he'll say, well, I hope you join with us next time, Shaiban. I'm sure one day you'll prove yourself to this crew.
I'm not much of a fighter.
Oh, it's not about fighting. It's not about fighting.
Alex, I'm gonna go to the meeting and wild shape into a rat.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I'm gonna be at the meeting.
I forgot you were a druid for this whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be at that meeting.
Yeah, rats will fit in perfectly in the grody-ness of Peeler's Wharf, a truly disgusting blight of top Valeros.
Okay.
But yeah, Samuel will pat you on the shoulder, Shaiban, and he'll, say it's unfortunate you weren't willing to, have faith in yourself. Okay, cool. We will
Scheme.
all head to the bar, barring Shaiban, Sag. So, at the bar, there is Samuel Ash, there is Georg Wallace, Adrian Svensson, Unios, and Vezio. And then sort of, running between tables, chirping, skittering, is, of course, the rat known as Kaheen. And within this bar, our good friend Samuel Ash will lead on that he may have been looking into this a little bit longer than 2 weeks, maybe a bit longer than a month. Maybe since the day he arrived in the city, he was looking for something to steal, and he finally found something. And so he knows a lot about this ship. The ownership thing is a bit more opaque than he may have let on. The thing is, right, on a ship's ledger, it's supposed to say who the ship's owner is. The Silver Siren has no listed owner, which is like against harbor master policy. It's supposed to have a listed owner. Instead, it's owned by a company. Then that company, he can't find who owns it either because he can't get access to the company records because the city-state does not have public records. They don't have them. They have private records. So unless he went to go bribe someone, there's just no way for him to know who actually owns the East Sea Shipping Company. But he's like 90% sure it's not Lord Rothschild. So at this point, he kind of gave all the details about the ship during his little speech, so we can sort of step out of character. And what questions do you have about this ship and heist planning?
Alex, I have an unrelated question.
Sure.
Is it common knowledge that I'm a druid?
No, I didn't even know that, so definitely not. I would guess no one amongst the crew knows.
Would I at least know?
Would you have told them, Kaheen?
I think you would know I'm like some kind of mystic, but I don't think that you would even know that translates to actually having magic.
Yeah.
Would I know? If you told me as part of the hiring process?
I showed you at one point that I had magic, but all I did was like show you that I could like produce a flame with my hand and that I had this weird star thing. So I don't know that you would know that I'm a shapeshifter.
Perfect.
No, I definitely would not.
That blindsided me so much when you're like, I'm a rat. That's crazy. So yeah, I guess since I think the two rogues are Unios and Georg, then obviously Vezio would be the muscle. How do we heist the ship? What are the questions? What do we need to know?
Layout, how many people?
Okay, so 37 on the ship, 17 live there full time. They all are on the ship until about noon. Then at noon, half of the ship goes and does stuff off duty. The other half stays on board. Then at 4, they switch, and then at 8, everyone comes back to the ship and, relaxes and then sleeps.
Which half stays on board? Like what type of person? Like deck
The
slave?
captain.
The captain.
The captain, the magus. Oh, there's also a wizard on the ship, but he's a brand new apprentice who just graduated
What?
from the university, so he's like a level 3. From what? This is
we've
from
got
what?
Crab that's
yeah,
way
this
stronger.
this is from what Samuel Ash has gathered. I'm just putting it in mechanical terms, but what Ash has gathered is this magus literally graduated 3 weeks ago and was recruited onto his first ship.
Oh, all right then.
So he's not even worried about this person at all.
So it's the wizard, the captain, who else?
Oh yeah, so there is the captain, a wizard, the quartermaster who is a dwarf, and Samuel is pretty sure that if you just assign someone to drink with him, that quartermaster will never go back to the ship because he'll be unconscious and drunk. Then there is the bosun, who is a former mercenary, a little bit scary. And then honestly, the only member of the entire crew who Samuel Ash is actually worried about is Sergeant Kend Korja, who is a half ogre.
Oh, he's a
Now,
sergeant.
the plan is to sneak on board and steal it.
Well,
right?
that's
Not
kind of the open question, right?
storm.
Like, I guess Samuel Ash will phrase it like this. He'll say, so, I see 2 routes that we can take. The first is, we try to sneak in. I'm thinking me, Georg, Unios, Vezio on the dock with a couple of the Marines. We try to sneak into the vessel, find where this lockbox is, maybe break in, do a bit of, second story work. But that could be difficult. And if we get caught, we'd be outnumbered and likely, bludgeoned to death. So the other option is we make sure our entire crew is on the ship. The ship is already unmoored, ready to go. All that's left is the gangplank and one little rope. Storm the ship, kill the entire crew, bring the Marines, Vezio, all out, full-on assault, bring Crab along. Then we leave, go back to our ship, boom, we're out of the city. Sure, we'll be wanted, but, I don't want to return to this shithole again anyways.
A little rat starts like chirping in a way that you're like, wow, it sounds like it's fuming angry. I wonder what that's about.
Yeah, Samuel, takes a couple of drops of booze from the top of the table and, tries to feed them to the rat.
What do we think the item is?
He glances over. That's the hard part. It's listed on the manifest as a steel lockbox, but they don't say where they are on the manifest. For most cargo they do, but for this one it doesn't. My guess is it's either in, some sort of locked room, maybe in the captain's quarters. There's really only so many places it can hide. We're not talking about a huge ship here.
All right, Alex, what is the expected amount of time to take to storm the ship and fully kill everyone?
Well, combat rounds are pretty short, so maybe a minute.
Yep. All right, and what is the expected response time from the local magistrate if, from us stepping on that boat to the moment they arrive
Down here
on
in the
boat?
docks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Yarrow, you know
I reckon
about
we've
this.
got over an hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, probably
all right.
not. But,
Yeah, Yarrow played a whole
the
campaign in
docks
this city, and this
very
city,
dirty.
it's one, the docks are dirty, and 2, this city is so oligarchy pilled that if a noble house calls them, they're there fucking instantly, literally post 15-minute response time, as quickly as they can run, basically. But if it's just a random ship, who cares?
We had one of our crew in our criminal campaign execute someone and then parade them around the street. And nothing bad came of that.
Yeah, they did Somalia-style, public torture, and they kind of got away with it.
So basically the only risk here is us, losing and getting caught, not really us winning and getting caught, because that doesn't seem to be likely.
Well,
Yeah,
it
Samuel
depends
will
on
sort of...
how
Oh, yeah.
connected the ship is to.
Samuel will clear his throat and say, well, there is one small little wrinkle with that plan, which is that
Uh-oh.
if, now, as you know, the Overlord doesn't like the trade of the city being disrupted, and if they're really mad at us, not only will we all be listed as wanted criminals, they may send some warships after us, but the Defiance is fast, very fast. I'm thinking we can just outrun them, especially if we use the debt slaves, push them to the edge of exhaustion for maybe a day, and then let them rest for a week or something. Either way, though, I think we can outrun any warships they send after us. I was glancing over at Rothschild Pier. They just got hulks over there. Those move almost, 3/4 as fast as our ship.
And, the city-state isn't like our natural, waters, is it?
No, it is.
And it's
Oh.
the biggest port in the world, basically, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or close to. It's
This is
a
where
pretty
we've
big
been
place
hanging
to
out
ship.
the entire, even before,
This is where the ship was built. It was laid down in the city.
And if they did set after us, is that like a never come back thing, or like, come back in a few years once the heat has died down?
It depends the crime, but in the city-state in particular, you can bribe your way out of almost any crime.
Okay.
Yeah, but that probably costs more than the price of a magic item.
Cost one.
Depends what the magical
sword.
item is. It really does depend what the item is.
And we can leave, get more money, it's
Dude, we're
Plus,
gonna get like
you also have
we're gonna
Lord
get, like
Rosshild.
a marble of anal or something, and it's gonna do like nothing and sell it for like 10 gold.
You also have Lord
Hey, and then-
Rosshild in your corner, and when you have one of the political elite helping you, you can get away with almost anything in the city-state. Like, as Yaro said in our other campaign, it's insane the amount of shit that the noble houses could get away with.
okay. I'm in support of the storm the deck and kill everyone.
Not even
Samuel
try and go in
nods.
quiet.
We
Sorry, I
have
can't
to
talk.
commit-
I can't.
The rat squeaks angrily. Yeah, Samuel nods and says, well then, if we want to do that, we may want to bring along Kaheen and then the rest of the Marines as well. No reason to pull our punches. The only reason not to would be if we're worried about explosives on board.
Did you get any indication there's guns?
No, they have ballistas aboard, 12 of them. But they're not going to be armed if we're storming them in the middle of the night. Maybe one person on the top deck, maybe two, but, we don't have to worry about a fully operational warship.
I don't see why they'd be keeping gunpowder on board then.
All right. Then,
Although, I suppose that's a problem for later. Losses we sustain here will have to be.
that's what I was thinking. That's why I want to help Vezio. I'm not much of a fighter either, more of a talker, so I was thinking I disable the quartermaster, Vezio and his marines, maybe his marines stay in the back and then you all lead the way. I'm just thinking about what limits, our exposure here, the number of deaths.
Well, you said there's a half ogre aboard.
Oh yeah, he's a big fucker. I saw him, he's almost 8 feet tall.
Can we identify when he won't be aboard? He'll only be
Every
aboard-
time I looked, he was either sitting on the front deck, like awake, or he's leaning against the mast sleeping. He's like a damn guard dog. Probably has the same amount of intelligence as one, too.
So he doesn't leave the ship just like the captain.
All right, so
No.
you said he might be the one on the deck.
I would expect it so, yeah. Maybe a sailor as well, but, I mean, these aren't soldiers. These aren't actual, naval sailors. These are just merchantmen. They probably surrender at the first sign of a fight. The only resistance I'd expect is from the officers. I mean, it's like the Defiance. Our oarsmen wouldn't fight someone boarding our ship.
All right, we'll storm when he's aboard, and we'll just set it off by musketing him to death. I mean, you can only take so many, 2-ounce slugs before you go down.
I don't know. I'm just thinking, if we all gather up 15 men at the base of their pier, they may think something's off. And if they have even a minute head start, no, I guess it wouldn't matter too much if we're thinking our response time. All right. Sounds good. Then, then you can plan the assault. I don't need to have anything to do with this because I'm not much of a fighter anyway. So I'll incapacitate the quartermaster. That'll be my task in all this. I'll just drink him under the table. Do my best,
All right,
anyways.
He's not even doing the fucking height.
The rat squeaks so loud.
Dude, this sucks. This sucks so hard. He's not even doing it right. I can
We could, if I didn't think it would get me voted out of office as captain, I might just leave him. Like,
Yeah, I mean, he
Well-
hasn't done any crimes according to the ship, so.
yeah, I can't.
Now, to be clear, I don't think you can get voted out of office because you need half of officers as well, which over half of them voted against this. But, so I don't think you get kicked out of office, but it would definitely leave a sour taste in everyone's mouth, especially if this heist succeeds and you guys make a small fortune.
Well, no, so that the plan.
Oh, you just have him go drink with the guy and then leave him? Okay, that would
Yeah,
definitely
and then
leave a
just
sour
leave it.
taste in people's mouth. Now, you wouldn't get voted out of office, but that'd be a very bad start to the voyage.
That would
It'd
be
be
so
really
based.
funny,
You would have my unwavering support for so long.
I think it would be really funny.
It would be so fucking funny.
Actually,
Like,
no,
imagine he,
that
like-
actually may be the worst decision because the oarsmen would hate you because you made them leave their wives and their one new wife and rest of them losing girlfriends. And then the top men, after guard, and other people would hate you because they didn't get any fucking money from this. It's like the worst of both worlds.
I just love the idea of just Ash coming back after like a morning of drinking. Like, how'd the heist go? What heist?
Yeah,
There's no boat there.
There's no boat.
We do the heist and leave them at port.
I feel like he'd find out, though.
I mean, he would, but what can he do about it? Like, he's stuck in the city state.
What the
Yeah.
fuck is he gonna do?
I mean, before.
Oh, before? Maybe. I mean, he's not omniscient. He's just a dude.
Not if I was the only one.
Anyways,
that knew
He's
about
not
it,
even. He's not even a strong dude. What is he, like a level 2 or something?
Yeah, he's level 1.
but one.
Level 1 rogue. My God.
Yeah. So, anyways.
10
he-
health. I can
something
kill him
like
with a
that.
shillelagh.
Probably, yeah. Anyways, he's just gonna leave this whole. He's gonna leave the bar because he doesn't need to be here. He doesn't need to know these details. They're just like weighing him down. So he's gonna leave and say tonight he's going to drink with the quartermaster and try to get him drunk. That is his contribution. So
What time? What time does he take?
it would be 4:00 in the evening.
And how long does he expect to be gone?
Basically the entire evening because he's probably gonna get blackout.
All right.
So you guys have technically you have the whole crew to like utilize on this operation, but again, if you take some no class having Andes, they will die fucking immediately. So I'd recommend only taking player characters.
No Marines.
I mean, you can, but again, keep them in the reserve because if they die, you can't replace them while you're at the ocean, and you want those for like actual
Are
boarding
the
actions.
Marines, what are
Okay.
They are
how close
NPCs
can-
with
they? They
35
have a, like,
HP.
NPC stat block?
Yeah, they do.
CR?
How?
And what kind of like weapons do they fight with?
You're Marines. Okay, so Ethan did in the previous campaign, or maybe this one, I don't remember. Maybe it was in session 0. Either way, what they have is breastplates, long swords, and muskets. And they are CR1.
Outfitted them with muskets.
Oh yeah, muskets, yeah.
How close can we get the boat?
What?
How close can we get the Defiance to this other boat?
If you leave port and begin to go to another dock, that would instantly raise alarm bells, because you guys are supposed to register boat movements with the harbor master beforehand.
Now we can't just say like we're leaving tonight.
I mean, you can, but if your boat isn't, like, if you're going anywhere except for straight out into the open ocean, like if you're going to another harbor, that starts to raise alarm bells.
Alright, we should register then that we are leaving, though, right?
You
we're
guys
gonna
are
leave
going to be
it there.
criminals anyways, because you're fucking killing an entire ship of people, so it doesn't really matter working with the thing. But if you're trying to do it stealthily, then if you move your ship from... Let's move back to the city-state map. If you're moving your... Because if you're going over to Ross Hill Pier, which is where this ship is, that's not even close to going to the open ocean. You're, like, pulling out, going to the right, going past all these docks, going over here, going here. Like, that's... It's just not chill.
Is Ross Hill Pier owned by Lord Rothschild?
Ross Hill Pier and Shipmaker's Wharf are both owned by the Overlord directly. Ross Hill Pier is named that because it was built by Lord Rothschild and gifted to the Overlord.
Oh, I see. Can I not make up an excuse for some reason why I want to move the Defiance to that pier?
Sure, what do you
instead
got?
of being where it is now?
It is owned directly by the Overlord, though, like personal property of the Overlord, so you need to have a reason that would be approved by the harbor master of that pier.
Yeah, isn't the one I'm at also directly owned by the...
No,
Oh, okay, where am I right now? Where are
Peeler's
we?
Wharf.
And who owns that?
That is owned by a series of private owners. Each different, like, dock spur there is owned by a different owner.
Okay,
The city-state is a privatized hellscape.
Can I say that Lord Rothschild has some really heavy object over there he wants us to load, and we need to go over there because it'd be a fucking...
Yeah, sure,
pain
just give the
to get
shipping
to.
order to the harbor master.
Using his name seems like a bad idea.
Yeah.
I could say, like, the boss, and, you know, also have
Yeah.
the token out at the same time. So he can...
Yeah, sure, just give them the shipping order.
How hard are one of those to forge?
That is a great question. If anyone on your crew has a forger's kit proficiency, then that could be useful.
We have, like, 5 rogues.
Yeah,
Someone-
and forgers skip
someone has
proficiency is not one of the things they learn. They only learn thieves' tools.
Yeah, damn, that's crazy.
Now you can get them from backgrounds, but I'm checking
Yeah, I
all
got
the
my
I'm
back-
checking all the people. I'm checking David Cook and Crab and no, none of these people also, I forgot Crab doesn't have medicine kit, but he does have navigator's tools. What a wacky character. Dude, how did he ever become the surgeon? What the fuck?
I don't know. He was already
He's
the surgeon.
smart.
Oh, Democritus.
Oh!
Yo.
He comes in clutch!
Yeah. Now, he is, of course, as you know, a wonderful law-abiding citizen, but you can just tell him, like, oh, we need you to write this formal document for us, and here's an example of it. And honestly, he'll probably just do it. He won't question. He'll just be like, oh, yeah, sure.
It's good.
Base
It's 2.5
Democritus.
gold a month. It's really
Yeah, and I think oh my god, he has expertise as well, Jeebus.
Holy shit.
Oh.
Yep. Oh my god. I'm
Big.
so glad I hired him now.
Okay. Ethan, roll me a d20 plus 8.
Was he in the ship boat? Does he know that we're doing this?
No.
No.
He can't vote, so he was just off in the pier trying to perform at a bar and getting booed at.
Based. Yo.
Yeah, you can make a shipping. And you can make one that's actually not even incriminating because there's no reason to mention Lord Rosshill because this isn't owned by him. Instead, you can say the Department of the Overlord the Trollkin Legion Acquisitions Department for Military Equipment has requested that we go to Rosshill Pier and, load up several crates of military equipment into our ship and then, leave. And that is the entirety of the document. You hand it over to your harbor master. That's passed along to Rosshill Pier, and you're good.
Can I get the slip, next to them?
Yes. Now, that is still a pretty big gap. You won't be able to hop from your ship to their ship, but,
No, that, what kind of gap are we talking?
That's a great question.
This actually becomes important.
So your ship is 100 feet long, so 150 feet, so it'd be a 78-foot gap between your ships. The back of your ship and the tip of theirs.
That's perfect, because now I can put the Marines into the rigging, and they can fire down onto the deck
That's so big! Yeah, they are still in
that's
risk
within
if the
range,
enemies
right?
have muskets. Yes, it is within range.
Okay.
Oh god.
But, if they have muskets, then there's not much I can do with the Marines to keep them out of danger anyway. Other than just not have them fight. So, I think that's... And, we can just... Fucking
That's such a crazy plan. Hold on.
Smirk everyone on deck, including Mr. fucking Ogre Man, right? Which is
Also,
how many...
Are we not trying to steal the boat? Only this one item, nothing else on it, and not the boat as a whole?
I mean,
that seems... This plan sort of relies on us escaping in a quick manner. And
Correct, yeah, this boat would be significantly slower than yours. And you don't have a crew for it at the moment, so you'd have to hire one. Which, yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
we
it's
need
way
30 members
actually,
of the crew.
This actually totally reminds me of something. Can you get 30 members of the crew? I'm going to show you what the ship looks like. This is a medieval Hulk, HULK, like the superhero. And this is what it looks like. There are technically 2 main decks, but there are 2 upper decks as well. There's a crew of 17 aboard this vessel. This is water level down here. So this is the vessel that you'd be boarding.
Okay, and how many men are we actually expecting to
17.
fight?
Actually fight? Who the fuck knows?
Yes. Okay.
It's a morale check thing.
Okay, alright, that makes sense.
It's like who on the
many-
Defiance would fight? Who knows, man?
How many are, player equivalent? Or how many are we...
There are 5 officers.
Okay,
There are no
that's-
Marines. And he doesn't know the breakdown of the other 12 crew members.
Okay, but I'm guessing schmucks, just like we have on our boat.
And ideally, that should be 4 officers because, Samuel said he'll drink with the quartermaster dwarf. Though, again, it is insanely bold of him to think he can outdrink a dwarf, but...
so
How are
at
we
least
going to pick up Samuel after, we do this, since we're right
a great
next
question.
to it? Would he be there already?
He didn't tell me, so I imagine he has a plan for how he's gonna get back. 'Cause
There you go.
He knows we're fucking getting out of Dodge.
He
knows
does,
that.
yeah.
He isn't. And,
Yeah, what were you
that's
saying?
very-
I was just saying, so likely 4 officers and whatever half ogre they have, plus probably more.
The half ogre was one of the officers. He was their marine
is it
sergeant.
officer. I thought
Yeah.
half ogres were stupid.
They are
Who
stupid.
are our guys? Who are we bringing?
That's a great question.
Anyone who wishes to come. Or
Redefine that,
Anyone
because I don't think that anyone's going to be thrilled to go risk their life if they don't have to.
anyone who won't straight up say no.
Okay, Crab will come along.
Sorry, any player level character.
Yeah, other than players, I think Crab is the only other person that will join.
Okay, so how many does that make then?
I think.
Well, if you're not
given the
bringing
orders,
Kaheen...
Saban will join, but
Nope,
other than that, we're
I am
definitely not
I
going
am
to.
bringing
Okay, so if you're bringing Kaheen and Shaban, then that means 5 players? No, 6 players
Bringing me.
and Crab.
Is Rudolph gonna be joining?
I don't think he is. I think he's unwakeable.
Damn.
Bro, Magic Coma Part 2.
Is Blake gone for the gun
Yeah.
today?
Yes,
Yes.
he said he had to leave 2 hours in.
Yeah, which is
unfortunate.
cringe, but
Oh, no.
Okay,
Only
yeah,
our
so
highest level character.
I believe
So-
Crab is your highest level character.
No, I think they're all tied at 7.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
they're
they're
all
all
tied at 7. Either way, Crab can
bro.
do horrific things to
Crab
these
is
people.
so goated. Why? That guy is so crazy.
Bro, the first spell he's gonna drop is gonna be horrifying.
Oh no!
Is it gonna light the boat on fire?
No, he's not that dumb.
He's gonna put down his magical hut.
No, it's not the fucking hut. It's the tentacles.
magic hut.
It's the Aaron. It's the tentacles.
Oh,
No. Oh god.
Ebony black tentacles. I forgot about those.
Never forget about Nasir's
That's
black
horrific.
tentacles.
So we've got Euenios, Crab,
I can have
the
two
Captain,
bonded weapons.
Georg, Vezio, the Marines, possibly Kaheen.
I mean, the captain says he wants to bring her along, and sounds like she sort of resigned. Like, well, fuck, I guess we're doing this. So.
And what was
I didn't say
Shayvon
that.
saying?
Oh,
No,
okay.
that's gonna have to be an in-character
Alright.
conversation.
Well, okay, we'll
Okay,
dive
yeah,
into
yeah,
that.
that's-
We'll get to that in a sec. And then Shaibon said if the captain ordered him to.
Again, does
Again,
this
I am
fall under my
but the level
authorities
3
for
rogue.
order? Like
Like, no, you don't have any
yes,
authority to, but it is more of a respect thing.
Is this? I was wondering if this was like the battle thing.
Oh, actually, wait, that's a really good point, because you're setting yeah, actually, I think this would start to fall, yeah, because you're setting Voyage, you're launching an assault against another ship. Yeah, this probably would start to fall under your command of the ship as War Master.
Because the ship has voted yes to this.
Yeah, to a
and
military
yes.
action, and yeah, I think at this point, like, once that vote went through, I think now you are, like, military commander of the ship.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a sec.
gonna
I don't want to
ask first,
skip
yeah.
forward too much in the
Yeah,
roleplay,
yeah.
because you would have to tell Shaban and Kaheen.
Yes, yes. Yeah, so the plan for everyone that's here is the Marines will camp up in the rigging, mow down the fucking deck, and then we will just storm the boat. Do we have
All
any
right.
Worried
idea?
about-
We're worried about what?
The amount of noise the muskets will make. The Marines are shooting.
Well,
It's like even in the docks, if we're shooting muskets, like.
Oh,
multiple
also,
times-
reminder, Ross Hill Pier is not in the Dock District, it's in the Royal District.
Okay. Wait, this is
Oh.
really sus.
What's the expected response time for that?
What's your guess, Yarrow?
They'll probably
it's
have a
literally-
few Magistes on site within 30 seconds.
30 seconds?
Okay.
They probably patrol the piers.
That could be the case.
In the
Now,
Royal
that is something you'll want to scout out. The other, and this is a massive, ultra big, bold red letters concern. There's something called Black Lotus in the city. They are equivalent to like 12th level rogues that have a bunch of scrolls, including invisibility and detect magic and stuff. And there are very, very few of them, and they patrol the whole Royal District, which is quite large. But they're very fast. So, regardless of where they are in the Royal District, they will probably sprint in the direction of loud sounds like gunfire. So that is one reason to try to minimize your noise so that you don't aggro a Black Lotus agent. But yeah.
Okay, are the Marines
Suddenly, this plan seems a whole lot worse.
are the
Yeah.
Marines proficient with longbows?
Yeah, they're proficient with all martial and simple weapons. But do you have longbows for them?
What if we
I
cast
mean,
silence
isn't it-
on the
isn't it
Marines
noon?
when they shoot?
That
Does it
would
make them
work.
silent?
Yeah, it would make them silent, and they don't need sounds to
Does
cast
the
spells.
The
Or
crab
do
guy
we-
have silence?
Let's take a
Yeah,
look at our
so
good friend
cast silence.
Quab.
Crap, I think. I don't know.
Because that would be
That
be
would I
astoundingly
imagine
odd.
he uses silence to keep like as like a form of anesthesia just for other people though.
Quab has a method of silencing them, but it will kill all of them, so I don't think we want to do that.
Hold
I'm
on,
curious,
wait, here,
what
let him
is
look.
that?
Let him look.
It's a spell that makes a zone of silence that kills them slowly with necrotic damage. So
Alright.
yeah, not that one.
Don't click
Yeah.
that hard.
We can just use longbows then.
Yeah, sure.
It's like noon, Alex. So if we really don't have longbows, we can just go out and buy some.
Sure.
This is getting.
Are
didn't
we
even
no
realize
longer at
this
the bar
was in the
meeting? or are
Royal
we still
District.
in the bar
No, we're
meeting,
still in the
right?
bar meeting. We're just talking this through.
Okay.
I am concerned if this is in the Royal District. Before it was like, okay, sure. Now it's like, okay,
So
there's
the response time for this would need to be measured in seconds, if it were to pose any problem, even if the response time is measured in 5 minutes, which is a ridiculously quick response time.
Yeah, just to break something down real quick, assuming they do patrol the harbor, which is not unrealistic, magistrates specifically, they would have to go 580 feet, no, 700 feet to get to the end of the pier, which is where all this fighting would be going down. So assuming, they're sprinting full speed,
That's like
that would
10
still
rounds of
take,
dashing.
11 rounds for them to get there. So,
Well, you said they were rogues. That's
oh, no,
triple
that's a
move.
Black Lotus agent. That's a whole different thing. If you guys aggro one of those, this is like... Yeah,
We're fucked.
yeah, let's not talk about that. But if it's magistrates, though, they would take 11 rounds just to get to the end of the pier, so you would still be able to, rapidly annihilate the ship as quickly as possible, grab whatever shit you can, get onto your ship, and then just book it as quickly as possible with oars, which are very fast.
And we can just choose a time when there aren't magistrates, like right there, so the response time will be longer.
Yeah. Okay.
Not, I mean, like not like right there.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, patrolling the harbor, but not right at the base of the pier. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. And yeah, you know what? There's an element of luck, and so if one of those fucking Black Lotus agents comes to lick our booty holes, then it's just our time to go. Okay? That's just the way it is.
Oh. Okay.
Euro has PTSD, dude.
I don't have meta knowledge on this, so I don't know if I want to share it. But
No, you probably shouldn't. But the Black Lotus are very scary.
just to-
Okay, I think there's two things to do now.
It's our time to go.
Yeah, there's two things to do now. One, purchase all the things, and then two, talk to the 3 crew members you need to bring on board, Shaibon, Crab, and Kaheen. Let's do the purchasing real quick, because it's the fastest thing to do. You need...
Snitch on you guys.
Technically,
Oh
I
my God.
would need to talk to Kaheen first.
Yeah, of course you will.
Because I don't-
But I just want to do the math
access
for it
to
first, so that we're not getting
Okay,
hung up.
yep.
So,
Yeah, however many I have a longbow.
Longbows are
However
like
many
50 gold
longbows.
each.
I have
much
10
more
throwable
No,
daggers.
they're
I guess they're
600
less
pence each.
What?
600 pence each.
50
I'm
gold
thinking
each?
No, he's used to normal
I was
D&D, normal
thinking
D&D.
basic.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, he hasn't adopted Valor's pricing into his cerebral cortex. Okay.
That's all I know.
How many arrows do you want if you want 10 longbows?
Literally like 20 each. I don't see them.
20 each, so 200. Pog.
Yep, there you go.
Alright, then that will cost...
Wait, 200. Why not just do like 10 each if we're only going to be there for 10 rounds?
I mean, it's also an investment. We might as well keep these, right?
You know,
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, no point in not.
Okay, then we do that times...
I mean, how
Except
Except
much-
that we're not
how
going to
much
buy
is-
them because I'm not going to approve this because I don't approve of the whole plan.
Yeah.
Oh,
Unfortunately, the quartermaster kind of can stonewall, but we'll get to that in a second. So the bar meeting breaks up. Vezio probably goes to the merchant district to get a quote on how much it's going to cost to, equip his marines with longbows and arrows. Unios, Georg, and Unios and Georg, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. And then Svensson, you need to go recruit Crab, Shaibon, and then eventually Kaheen. What order do you want to do that in?
Let's do Keen first. I have a feeling she's gonna put up
All
the
right,
most argument.
Rat Kaheen, what are you doing?
After everyone leaves the meeting, I'll go into like an alley when I think no one's gonna see me, and then unrat, and then go back to the boat.
Yeah, now let's talk about Rat. I don't want to address it the first time because we were in the middle of something, but druids in Valoros are truly, genuinely horrific. You transforming into a rat is your bones snapping, your body breaking, shrinking, getting smaller and smaller. And when you turn from a rat into a human, it's your little bones breaking and snapping and elongating, growing longer, fur merges into your skin. All of it is disgusting, visually and feeling wise. It doesn't feel good, and if you do this in front of people that do not know that you are a druid, they will be fucking horrified because it's just everything about it is just gross and body horror. It's like the Animorphs thing; those in between states are really fucking
I was literally
gross.
gonna say Animorph.
Yeah.
Because do you know Animorphs actually describes it in visceral detail?
Yeah,
the
so it's
bones
like that.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, that's what druids are. Anyways, you can turn back to
Are
human.
there like private quarters on the ship that I can use?
Unfortunately, the captain is the
treasure
only one with a private quarter.
No, but where's the treasure chest? Is that not in a room that?
Nope, it's just a
Only I have
locked treasure
access to?
chest.
Oh, where is it?
You can put it wherever you want, but it's going to be somewhere in the lower hold of the ship, which is just one big room. You can put up cloth partitions, but there's no walls.
Or is there I guess I don't know much about bathrooms in medieval era. Is there any kind of segmented area where people
Nope.
piss?
Shit in a bucket, throw it over the side, piss in the ocean.
The poop deck.
You don't
Yeah,
poop
no,
on the
I
fucking
mean not on the
poop
boats. Not on the boats. I mean
Oh,
in
not
the
on the
city.
boats. Yeah, there are bathrooms. Yes, there are outhouses and shit.
Then I'll do it in an
holes. Okay, sounds good. You turn back into a human, and you like run back to the ship to get there before the captain.
No, I don't need to race because I can just say that I was out.
Fair enough. Well, Svensson, you climb up onto the deck, you look around, you see at the front of the ship Shaibon is almost finishing up the rear of his little model ship. And then walking up the plank right behind you, just a couple seconds later, is Kaheen.
Ah, Dean, I was looking for you. I need... Well, first off, we're conducting the raid tonight, and I would like you to come along. I imagine you have combat skill, don't you?
I've seen a few fights.
Alright, then... Yeah, I'd like you to come along.
And why would I do that? You know how I feel about this.
It's true, but you're still going to benefit from it, and it'd be helpful to have every person we can get. Besides,
You know,
the crew voted
can
on
I
it. There's not much
can I tell you a story?
Of course, yes.
Do you know why I've come all the way to the Great Desert, to the city-state, and found a new life?
No, I don't.
My people, the Neftarans, we live in caravans that traverse the desert, trading between people. Together we form a vessel that trades, not unlike a boat like this. And one day, people from the Water Confederation came to our caravan in the night and slaughtered my people. I barely made it out and lost track of everybody else that I could call family. And I've had to build a new life. I am not going to do that to other people.
That's a ship's crew over there. It's not like they were raised together. It's not like they've been, in the same... It's not like they've been together for multiple familiar generations. That it's a random assortment of people that have been brought together because they're being paid to do so. I can see how it may be similar, but in the end, the only reason they're all working together is because they're getting paid. They have no incentive to do it otherwise. And, as I told you before, this is just how we make our money. I feel like I made that at least somewhat clear when I hired you, and if I didn't, I apologize. I should have. But this is how we operate.
I will go, and I will heal the wounded, but I will not fight.
Alright. I suppose I can't ask for much more. And then I also need funds to outfit our men with longbows.
Alhamdulillah.
So base.
How much?
$7 gold.
Someone has done the math.
Huh?
7 gold.
Why don't you pay it?
It's an approved ship's expense. This is a venture that's been approved by the crew, and we're outfitting them in the long term. These won't be the only time they'll need longbows.
Just longbows?
Longbows and arrows. I assumed arrows would, be somewhat obvious.
That costs 7 gold.
Oh yeah, longbows are fucking
we're
expensive.
We're getting 10. We're getting 10 of them and 200 arrows.
Checking how much gold we have.
Oh, you got plenty. But
Yeah,
you can also
I
use
know.
your quartermaster's discount thing.
Ugh.
Or not. Or you could, as a form of protest, you can make the ship spend more money, and that's based. That's praxis.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna hand over the 7 gold,
Yeah.
and I am not going to.
You refuse to haggle at all, and you give them your 7 hard-earned gold.
Well,
All right, sounds good.
I unironically thought I was going to have to order you to do it, and I was not excited for that. So
Yay, we did it, guys! Cooperation and killing people.
That went the way it did.
Yay! Okay, cool.
all right
Who's
then.
next?
Yeah.
Crab.
Crab.
There's
and
Shaiban and Crab.
They're just like, hey, Crab, want to? Yep.
Xander, aka Shaiban, aka at the front of the ship doing a little carving. AKA level 3 rogue.
Yeah. The names are just spelled punkily.
Yeah, it's just rhyme it. Shaiban Mujan.
Let's go to Shaiban first.
All right, you walk to the front of the ship. Shaiban, the captain, approaches you. His hair all loose.
Luscious.
Yeah, yeah.
Is the word
Yeah.
you're looking for.
Salt stained and luscious.
Hello, Captain.
Hello, Shaiban. We are conducting a raid tonight. And I would like you to be there.
Sort of, you can tell that just by looking at me, I'm not a fighter.
Is Shaiban one of the new ones?
Yes.
Are you new? Okay.
Yes, I am new.
Do you have any skills in combat?
Out of character, like, yes. Like, I'm a rogue. I can fight, but like in character, bro has like fought once or twice ever.
Well, surely he's done something to become a level 3 rogue.
He has a little trick up his sleeve, is what he has.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, all right
Are
then.
you proficient with a ranged weapon of some kind?
Sort of, but Drudol has equipped me with a rapier, and I've done a bit of training. It was a hobby of my father's, but that's about it.
Would you feel comfortable? Would you feel like you could survive?
Or
I need you to be.
I am fit enough to
realistic with me for
survive. I can survive. Against the average merchant, I would have beat them, yes.
Okay, all right. I'd like you to come along, but you know your limits better than I do, and I will keep that in mind. So, do what you can handle.
May I chalk this as an order, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
I'd be much more comfortable operating under an order than a please for a task such as killing, if that is all right with you, sir.
Yes, I was going to. If you had said no when I asked, I was going to order you. So,
Thank you for your honesty,
unless
I guess.
you think you are going, unless you think you're going to die, I'm not going to just send you to your death for no point.
I can survive.
All right then. Yes, you'll be coming along with us tonight. Then.
All right.
And I'll go find a crab.
Yeah. He has not been staying on the ship for the length of your stay in the city-state. He has enough money, and he can do his services as a wizard to make a small fortune. He can't make scrolls yet, so he's not a true billionaire, schmillionaire, but he is quite wealthy because he can just go and offer services to the trade houses of the city. Also, Crab.
Oh.
So you make your way to the merchant district where he is renting an apartment. You have not seen him in about a week, but last time you heard, he's fine. You approach the house. A cat is sitting on like the windowsill as you approach. It's an orange tabby cat that you haven't seen before, and it looks at you with freakishly human eyes, and then stands up and sort of walks out of the windowsill. You give a knock at the door, and opening the door is Nasir Crab Haik. Your ship's, formerly, at one point he was the quartermaster, then he became surgeon. Now he is just technically assistant surgeon, though more generally he can be called the ship's arcanist. He towers over you in height. He is very well groomed, completely clean-shaven, bald head, and he looks down at you like you have interrupted the most critical thing ever done, and his hands are covered with little speckles of blood.
Yeah, I'm sure he was doing something very important in there. Crab, we're going on a raid tonight and setting off. So make preparations, and then be at the ship by 4.
Who are we raiding?
Another ship in the docks.
Hmm.
Supposedly they have a magical item on board.
Wait, he knows this. He voted yes on this.
I don't think, I mean, I may have said he would have voted there, but he would not have even been on the ship. To be completely honest, he would have probably just been in his apartment.
Okay.
He will give a nod and say, I see. Oh, Captain, take a look at this. And he'll, sort of, he closes his eyes for a moment, and then, skittering down the hall is that little cat, and it sort of climbs up onto his arm and sort of wraps around his neck, and it opens up its eyes, and you see those again, strangely human eyes, and he says, does something seem wrong with the cat to you?
Why does it have human eyes?
Ah, I knew it. I see. Thank you. I'll be there tonight. What time?
Be at the ship by 4.
All right.
Ready to go. We're leaving immediately afterwards.
Actually, I may get a bit distracted in my experiments, so just kill this cat when you're ready, and once it's been disappeared from the plane, I'll know.
The alarm for Crab is killing the cat.
I'll reach out and take the cat.
The cat meows and sort of snuggles up against you.
That is the funniest form of carrier pigeon. I'm astrally connected to this cat, and when you slay it, I'll come.
Okay.
Oh, I have to AFK.
He gives a nod.
All right then.
And he closes the door, and the cat sort of snuggles up against you. And again, every time you look at it, you're tingle.
You don't. I have it by the scruff of its neck, and I'm holding it at arm's length.
Okay, well, despite that, it's still very friendly. But it just the eyes, it freaks you the fuck out, dude.
That reminds me of a Would You Rather I proposed a while ago.
Oh God, I don't want to know this one.
Yeah, they have a dog with human hands or a cat with a human face.
Oh, I think the cat with the human face. Then it's just Cheshire Cat.
Oh, what with human hands?
A
dog. I feel like they'd be too mischievous.
All right, continue with the game though.
Sorry.
Yeah. So Crab has been secured, and you will be killing that cat when you want him.
No problems too if it looks like that.
I'm trying to think of if it would be funny to hand it off to someone else. But no, I suppose
just give it to Kaheen.
Yeah, give it to the druid to kill. I'm sure that'll go over well.
I will. Do you think the cat can swim?
Just stab it.
All right. Yeah, I'll kill it.
You're gonna have to slit its throat.
So,
you're gonna have to blood drain it.
At around 4 that evening, the crew of the Defiance assembles on the deck, and for the first time in months, they take it out. They slip the moorings of the vessel.
Shoot it out of the ballista?
That is not how the ballista works, unless you want to tie it to an arrow. But again, you're getting a bit too crazy with it. Just kill it, bro.
Ethan's over here coming up with new fun ways to kill cats.
Yeah,
not gonna lie.
I mean, they always said there's 1,000 ways to skin a cat. Ethan's just proving that. So yeah, you yeah.
You've never heard that?
No.
That's crazy.
What the fuck?
Really?
There's
Yeah,
1,000 ways to skin a cat.
It's pretty common saying, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you've heard it, 1,000 ways to... Never mind. So you guys slip the moorings of the vessel, and you head from your pier, Peeler's Wharf, over to Rothschild Pier. Unfortunately, because of how, standard ship orientation in the harbor, your ballista ballista, it's just a ballista, is facing towards the harbor and not towards the Silver Siren, but that's just what you're supposed to do. The harbor masters get pissed if you start facing your ships in opposite directions to other vessels. It makes shit confusing. So you set up your ship, you tie it down, you hand, a harbor master comes over, as well as a house guard for House Zollern, but he's just guarding the harbor master. And you hand over your papers, and they say, oh yeah, sure, sounds good. And you start to set things up. You have not seen your good friend Samuel Ash since then. And now my question is, what time do you want to launch this? So at around 4, which is when you guys are really docking at about 4:30. Already the switch has gone on. So that means the captain, let me check. The captain,
forget
all
about
right.
y'all's officer abilities.
We have the captain, the mage, and 7 crew members currently on the ship. And then at 8, the rest of the crew will get back. But it is currently the middle of the, like, it's daytime. Like, 4 o'clock is still daytime. So,
Yeah, what time does the sun go down?
it is today, since it's the middle of the summer, it's going to go down around 9 o'clock.
Oh, so we can't do this in the dark.
Oh, okay.
No, so I mean, like you said, the crew gets back at 8.
I mean, you could also just fight the whole crew, sans the quartermaster, because he should be drunk.
I mean, what are the benefits to doing it in the dark?
There would be, like, I mean, you can just look down the pier now, especially because, you know, Vezio brought it up. You can just look down the pier and see that there are 8 magistrates at the base of Rothsill Pier right now.
Just like hanging out there? Or
Yep,
patrolling?
just chatting. Gabbing, goofing, gaffing.
Alright,
I guess, like,
the question.
if we're, like, really quiet, like, if we wait for the whole crew to go to sleep, we just get in quietly. Boink, 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 leave.
Also, real quick, you do
Go, go, go.
notice 2 other, there are 2 city-state warships docked here as well.
Where?
At the same pier as you, Ross Hill Pier. Oh, yeah.
Specifically.
On the far side of the pier view, though they don't have like full garrisons on them because these are you know, basically anti like siege measures. Like these are in the event of the ship city under attack, so they're here. So real quick, let's just draw some little lines. These 2 teal ones are these city-state warships. There's a couple more on Shipmaker's Wharf that are under construction, and then you guys are this little red thing I'm about to draw. The little yellow thing is the Silver Siren. And then there is one real big city-state warship, but this probably wouldn't be sent out for you guys right here. That takes up 2 docks.
Okay.
This looks scarier by the second.
No, guys, it's a good idea.
Fucking Ash, bro.
This
And
is why
we
democracy
can't back out now,
fails.
or else we just piss off the entire crew.
Okay, let's be clear. The crew is still reasonable. This is way more dangerous than Samuel Ash let on.
That is true. This is a lot more dangerous, guys. There's, like...
Okay, I mean, hey, literally, that's the great thing about democracy. We have all the facts now. I could just call for another vote.
True, you would have to get the crew back together, but yeah.
Isn't the entire crew is here?
Samuel and Crab.
Yeah, and if the vote is won by more than 2 votes, it really doesn't matter.
That is not. You're not wrong. Yes, you can do that, but Samuel is sort of one side of the debate, so to hold the argument when he's not there, or to hold the vote when he's not there, is a little bit weird.
I could just.
You can do it. I'm not saying you can't.
Yeah.
You totally can. But...
Well, now we'll get to the big brain stuff of call a vote to hold a vote. Whoa.
Holy shit.
Oh no, it's bureaucracy.
Welcome to fucking life.
Dude, I didn't think the vote game was gonna be this bureaucratic.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. We love bureaucracy.
I thought we were trying to be
I mean-
pirates, like the opposite.
No. Pirates did have bureaucracy. They had hella bureaucracy.
Oh shit, really?
All the shit's based on how pirates vessels organize themselves.
Yeah, unfortunately based.
I will ask the senior officers first if, considering all of this, considering the new information we have, if we may want to reconsider.
Well, I'm gonna be before you. I mean, you can do this, but just so you know, literally every senior officer except for Georg voted no. So I think you know what their opinion is going to be, because it's just Kaheen and Vezio. It's Kaheen, Vezio, and Georg. Those are the only 3 that you can consult. So,
Where's everyone else?
well,
Oh, I guess
Rudel is
they're
the
not
only
really-
other senior
yeah,
officer,
they're not really,
and he is unwakeable.
Yeah, that makes sense. How bad would it look if I called the vote? It would just be kind of.
It's not bad. It's. I mean, there's new facts. Yeah. I mean, yeah. There's new facts.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that then.
Okay. Are you gonna wait for Crab, and are you gonna kill the cat to get Crab here, and then wait for Samuel Ash to get here? And also a couple of other topmen who would have started to scram because you know they don't need to be here until nightfall.
I will kill the cat.
Okay. How do you kill it?
How? Yeah.
So you've been walking around the ship, like during this whole procedure of moving from one harbor to another and, talking to the crew, you've just had this cat on your shoulder. It's very affectionate. It's kept its eyes closed mostly. It seems to know that other people are, freaked out by it.
Who seems really freaked out by it?
So far, it's only one person has seen its eyes, which is one of your afterguardmen. So it'd be Ustrad Mokai, the dwarf. He saw it and he looked at you, and just grumbled something in Dwarvish and walked away.
I'll go find him.
Okay. You go find Ustrad. He's actually right next to you because he's one of the people that helped. He's always at the back of the ship. And Ustrad's standing there looking over the railing, and as you approach, he sort of gives you like a very lazy salute. He's old as shit. He's been on this ship since its founding.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone salutes me anyway. Hey, Ustrad, kill this cat.
All right. He grabs the cat. And Kaheen,
No
you're
good.
Kaheen, you're always near the back of the ship with the captain. Sometimes you're on the main deck, and you watch as this dwarf grabs this cat, slams its body against the railing full strength. It dies. It's just a cat, and the cat sort of dissolves into pixie dust.
That's unnatural.
He looks at it.
It's Crab's cat.
Ustrad just grunts and says something in Dwarvish, and then.
All right. Once Crab gets here, what time is it now, Alex?
It's like 5.
Yeah, once Crab gets here, we'll hold it up.
Okay. Yeah, you guys wait a little bit. The top men start to trickle back. Georg goes out and looks for him. He can also find Samuel rather easily. There's only like 2 bars along this particular section of the city-states harbor.
If we can get everything here, I'd much rather that.
Samuel's a little bit intoxicated because he was drinking with the quartermaster. And Crab eventually arrives, and Crab has an aura to him. Other members of the crew do not like Crab. He, as much as people on this ship orientalize, everything from Western Valoros, including, Al-Sara, Crab is all their fears of Al-Saranians mixed into one person. He's a strange mystic. He does horrific things to corpses. He does strange experiments. Sometimes crew members have died, when he's supposed to be protecting them. There's a lot, and also he was their surgeon for a while and butchered, a lot of people. So he does not have a good reputation on this ship. So as he approaches, there's a little...
human eyes.
Yeah, also that. So there's a little bubble of people around him as he steps up onto the deck.
When we have the vote, is it normally done in a specific order?
Yeah.
Ah, cool. Is Crab high up on that order?
No.
Damn it. Fuck.
It goes senior officers, forecastlemen. It's just in the list of the Defiance sheet. It's in that order.
How bad would it be to ask Crab to go after the officers?
It's completely breaking procedure of voting.
Okay. Alright, I won't do that.
Okay.
I was thinking if he votes yes, some of the other crew members may be incentivized to vote no because they think he's...
That is probably true, yeah. Either way, Adrian, you've called the vote, and Samuel, before you officially stand up and start announcing it, Samuel will walk over and say, "So, and his breath reeks of alcohol. What's the vote about?"
To see if we want to go through with this. The facts were a bit less enticing as you described them, which isn't on you. At least
Are you worried about the magistrates? Because I was talking to the quartermaster about that, and apparently when night falls, most of them scram back to their fat wives.
Yeah, the issue is I don't want to do this when nightfall. I want to do this when there's the least crew as possible, which is during nightfall. That will worry.
I think you should really hear this quartermaster. The way he describes their crew, I mean, we can just roll over them. Only a little bit of resistance.
Yes, I'm sure that may be the case, but I'd be more comfortable with this anyway. I'm sure the crew would too.
Ugh.
Yeah, he makes the noise. I don't say anything.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can hold the vote.
Yeah. I suppose it's my turn to talk.
Indeed.
All right.
You can just keep it triple, yeah, we're voting on whether we're doing this. Boom.
Yep. Yeah. That's
okay.
You all see what's in front of you. I think it's a bit more than what a lot of us bargained for. If that makes you change your mind, so be it. If it doesn't, that's fine as well.
Samuel Ash will clear his throat. Step forward. When Julius Domitus... And then he hurls across the deck. And he is far too drunk to give the speech. He was drinking with that quartermaster, and he was never having a chance about drinking that man. And so he is essentially... he just sort of stumbles over to a railing, retching over the side of the boat. Samuel Ash will not be contributing to this vote.
Someone get him a bucket.
Such a much more realistic debate than the last one.
Yeah, unironically true.
One guy says, I think this is a bad idea. Other guy says wrong and then vomits.
All right.
Average day on the floor of the Senate in 1962.
So, before we do the actual just down the list voting, Vezio, I don't actually remember. Is your character bloodthirsty?
Actually, when he ran a gang, I don't know if he ran the gang or if he was part of the gang. Either way, a gang of mercenaries, they specifically avoided trying to attack villages and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So he's
Interesting.
not bloodthirsty to
Yeah.
say, but he will get his hands dirty if he has to.
All right, then. We will do votes. Adrian.
No.
Alrighty. Kaheen.
No.
Georg.
No.
Oh, it's Jover. Vezio.
It's begun.
It's more than we bargained for, no.
Alrighty. All but one of the four castlemen will vote yes. One will vote no. One of the afterguard will vote no. The other one will vote yes. 3/4 of the top men will vote yes. Which leaves 3 for no. The carpentry crew, Shaiban.
No.
Okay. That is 15. All right, then the Marines, the 2 new guys on the crew. They're here. They're like ready to fucking, fight. That's why they're in the Marines. That's why they want to kill some shit. So 2 will vote yes, but the rest will follow their sergeant and vote no. So that's 23 against, 15 for. David Cook, same reason he voted yes before. He's still on board. Master of Arms is not. Sailmaker is not. Head Oarsman is.
Wait, why does Sailmaker get to vote if he has special pay?
That is a good point. Thank you. So that is 1 less against vote. Surgeon would vote against. Crab obviously votes yes.
Is it obvious? I feel like nothing Crab does is obvious.
He wants to kill.
True, new bodies created to defile.
Unios, how do you vote?
No.
Okay. Obviously Samuel Ash votes yes.
Thought he was
And
past
here is the thing. Before, the oarsmen largely voted no because they wanted to stay in the city. But that is not really an option anymore because it's obvious you're leaving the city soon rather than later. So at this point, there are going to be 9 votes for and
Wait, why is it still close?
8 votes against, which is going to be 29 for, 35 against.
Okay.
So almost by the exact same margin that it passed, it now fails. And unsurprisingly, some of the people voted yes, voted no. And that is how that works. And so the ship votes no by a pretty narrow margin. And if Samuel Ash were cogent enough to speak, he'd probably have a speech, but he is still sick and vomiting over the side of the ship.
Good.
All right.
Can we leave?
I think that's also just proof that, I don't know if Sam's plan would have helped in that sense if he can't even outdrink a dwarf. How could he?
Yeah, we will spend the night in port. I will fill out the proper paperwork so that we can, leave in the proper way tomorrow and
Okay.
we'll head out.
Alrighty. One moment.
Rumble.
Hold on, if we're not even doing this, why are we leaving?
We gotta leave at some point, man. I suppose we could technically stay. Seems.
New campaign, hang around town for 10 session.
No, I already did that. I already did that campaign.
We're getting, Lord Rothschild's just paying for our whole thing.
Well, no, he's only paying for your port fees. All of your crew is almost broke because they're drinking and gambling and eating,
Yeah, we
okay,
gotta.
heard.
and they have no income.
They have wives now.
One of them does, yeah.
That's
Okay.
so crazy to get married when you're briefly at a port that you're never going to come back to.
Yes. Who would ever do that?
I want.
Alrighty. 1 sec.
Well, how many of you have done that?
No, the bit is that sailors in real life do this very frequently, especially modern people in the Navy. They'll just marry some random woman. Yeah.
Multiple families.
Yeah. So base.
That's a classic, dude.
Okay, 1 sec. I just gotta write a quick list of something. Okay. Alrighty. So that evening, you guys all decide to get some rest. Crab remains on the ship since you guys are headed out. He actually gets probably the most room to himself of anyone on the ship, barring the captain, because no one wants to be near him.
So there you go.
I'm fine to be near him.
Oh,
for the
okay.
record.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't actively try to scare people away, though that night he will spend 10 minutes resummoning the cat, and you watch as, starting with a skeleton, flesh knits its way onto the bones, and slowly he sculpts the creature into having more human appendages. This time it has fingers.
Oh God.
Yeah, I'll watch that with interest, a little bit of disgust, but not towards him.
Yeah, and once the
I've
cat
gone
is
through
created,
worse.
he will cuddle with the creature.
I feel like a druid would be the most okay with that out of anyone.
Yeah?
Well, no, because it's definitely desecrating nature.
I'm more of that from a ew, that's gross
Yeah,
perspective.
from a visual way, yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is just like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
it is a lot okay.
Shortly after midnight, each of you will awaken because there is the sound of gunfire. Not on your vessel, nor at it, but from the vessel next door, the Silver Siren. You guys rush out onto the deck, each on your own. Basically, the entire Defiance becomes a buzz of activity as you guys rush out. And you can really only make it out through a mixture of muzzle flashes and shouts, but you can see roughly a couple, maybe 4 or 5 figures on the central deck of the Silver Siren fighting what looks to be the crew of the Silver Siren.
I say we just leave.
I mean,
Wait, hold on. You said the crew of the Silver Siren is fighting the crew?
No, the crew of the Silver Siren is fighting 4 to 5 figures on the central deck of the ship.
Alright, I'm going to direct the crew arms themselves, gets a roll call, and then prepare to repel boarders.
Okay. Yeah, you shout out for people to arm themselves. They begin to rush to various stations. This is where, Vezio kind of steps in. This is his wheelhouse. He runs to the armory. He starts handing out weapons to the Marines. The Marines quickly get all the oarsmen into their positions at their oars in case the ship has to move rapidly. And
I go grab my bonking stick.
All right, you grab your bonking stick. Crab just casually walks up to the gangplank of the ship and just stands there with his spellbook and his creepy human cat. And you guys wait, and the roll call will reveal 5 members of the crew are missing. There is Henrik Gurkani, one of the new Marines, Samuel Ash, the bosun's mate, Donald Oak, one of the carpenters, Misko Aga, another of the carpenters, Zygmunt Palat, one of the where's that guy? Another
He's also a
carpenter.
carpenter.
Yeah.
So it's all the carpenters?
3 carpenters, a Marine, and the bosun's mate.
What the fuck? My
can't be
fucking
Out of
team!
how many carpenters?
6.
It's not like our ship is made of wood. Let's just leave.
Bro, I have to pick up all the fucking slack, bro.
Dude, he was gonna do it anyways. Alex, you fucker.
I mean, you
Yeah,
guys can just leave and avoid all consequences for this. I mean, well, not all, but you can avoid most of the consequences by just leaving right now. You know that you took... Also, they're all dead by now. By the time it takes to arm your ship and to take a roll call and all that stuff, you can see that the fighting has died down, and now you can see, the bodies are being searched, and their captain aboard their ship is, rallying them, and magistrates are running down the pier to figure out what
they
happened.
clearly lost?
Yeah, it was 5 versus 17.
Okay, yeah, then we just leave.
Yeah, let's go. Go. I just, honestly, go. What the point of saying? Being hey, yeah, those guys aren't ours.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
We fucking need carpenters, dog. It's
Yeah,
one of the non-negotiable positions.
What if we just get him at the next port?
That's me. Yeah, we're gonna have to get him at the next port. I'll try and hold up until then, I guess. I mean, what do you prefer? What are you saying? We stay in port and have to deal with the consequences, the fact that, hey, 5 of your crew just decided to try and kill 17 people.
All right, I'm back.
I mean, there
So what are we doing?
would be no actual consequences.
I think does this count as the ships at battle? Does Ethan get final say here?
He's had final say since you guys left Peeler's Wharf.
Okay.
What would I can't imagine there wouldn't be
that.
any consequences.
Yeah,
You
at this
can do
point,
this.
Ethan, you're the war master. This is a, situation where you need to make an immediate decision. Are you leaving or are you staying?
Fuck. I want to stay.
Okay. If you guys want, you can try to vote out the captain, but that is the only method by which you can override the captain's decision.
Yeah, we have that fucking zone of truth exists. All right, like that's
Sure.
That's sort of the be all end all right there.
I think the big thing is to not want to get caught up in such bureaucratic proceedings as being put in a jail cell and interrogated for weeks by the magistrates. But
would it be weeks?
Zone
Yeah,
of
they're
Truth will reveal that you were down for this plan for a while.
yeah, also, trials also take months and months and months. Like this could take.
Yep. Out we go.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna, yeah.
All right. The captain thinks about it for a moment and spends some points at the one of the top men and says, "All right, Philo, slip the moorings. You untie the last little rope tying you to the pier.
We got rid of
the
that fucker. Nice.
Defiance
This is a
begins
great
to
session.
move from the pier. You also lost half your carpenters.
I feel like this is like so far only bad things have happened.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be real. Like
that
we
was
lost
great.
Sam, which is like a silver lining to half the
Well,
carpenters are dead.
He wasn't even going to be on the ship attacking, so he's probably still alive.
Yeah, wait, what? Wait, he wasn't even gonna attack, but he went and attacked
Wait,
Dow?
no, I mean, how many people did we have missing?
5.
And how many people did we see get murdered on
4
that?
or 5. You couldn't tell. It was too dark, and the figures. I mean, they're like on the other side of the ship as well, and there was no torches on the ship.
Yeah.
You know what? He's not here now. We have plausible deniability that we can just leave him. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I mean, we can at least convince the crew that he died. And
Yeah,
that's
sure.
what mattered, right?
Either way, you guys slip out of the harbor and begin to move out into the inky black waters. Now, moving by nightfall is never the first choice of a ship, but it's easily done, especially with, all the little tools that you have. So, for the very first time, we are going to do some navigational checks and roll for what the weather is like. Alrighty,
Are we
so
keeping track of moon cycles to see if we can see?
luckily we
Waves and
are
stuff.
not.
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
Yeah, we don't need to because I am actually goated enough.
Is that real?
We have perma access to the stars. Why would
Yep.
we need to track the moon cycle?
All right. To start with, we need to have Benjamin roll a. Let me pull up the travel rules thing. First, what speed are we going at, Ethan? For the for this travel period, are we going to go normal or fast?
Let me check what bad things happen if we go fast.
1 level of
This is
exhaustion.
Actions. Oh no, it's not. And that can be regained with short rest.
Short rest or long rest?
Short rest. We'll get you back 1 level of exhaustion.
Oh.
All right, yeah, let's boot, scoot, and boogie.
All right, that means all the rowers, which are normally allowed to just chill while the sail carries the ship, they are rowing hard. There is 80 men beneath you, 60 men beneath you, pulling on the great oars of the ship, rocketing it forward, meaning the ship is moving at a pretty good clip. Ben, the thing we made last night is not working for me right now, so can you quickly generate the weather and send me a screenshot?
Yep.
Thank you.
I keep looking at the cat with human eyes I sent.
Yeah, I know. They're horrifying. All right. And then while that's happening, Ethan, roll a d20 plus 1d4.
All right.
As you are the helmsman of the ship, that is what you're rolling this for. Basically, do you fuck up while you're holding the steering wheel? Which is pretty unlikely.
Uh-oh.
Okay, yeah, Ben,
Alex,
I'm
I know why it's
definitely gonna
not
need that
working for you.
screenshot.
I'll show it to you after this.
Yeah, we'll fix it after this. Okay.
Oh man, fucked up.
Roll
anyway,
1d4,
figure out
Ethan. Roll a 1d4, Ethan. Alrighty. So, you guys begin to withdraw from the city-state, and, light rain hits the deck, wind pushes you from behind, speeding up the ship a little bit, but the city-state is kind of, you can see at that harbor, it's starting to come to life. If you guys hadn't left, there would have been an investigation. Maybe you were guilty, maybe you're not. Maybe it would have held you down, maybe not. But now, they definitely think you're guilty. An attack just happened on the ship. Now, immediately, a ship scooting out of the harbor. So you can see lights turning on, torches being lit on those warships. And as this light rain continues to come down, fog begins to fill the harbor. And basically, you spend so much time looking back over your shoulder, Adrian, that you're not really looking forward. Like, you at one point, you just let go of the thing and give it to the dwarf, Ustrid, and say, you hold this. I need to go look at these ships to make sure I know what's coming after us. And as you disappear into the fog bank, you come to the slow realization that you kind of lost course of where exactly the ship was going. You were pointing it eastward, well, southeastward, when you were originally leaving the harbor, but you can't see the coast anymore due to the fog cloud, nor can you see what's behind you. And now we rely on Ben to save this because his DC is much higher now. So Roll a navigator's tools check, Ben.
With
Int
what
or
stat?
wisdom. It's your
Int
choice.
or wisdom?
Wisdom.
Height? Yeah, wisdom.
This is a very hard check because of what Ethan did.
Fuck.
Okay.
Not a good roll.
Through the fog cloud, you cannot
Wow, a
spot the
1 and a
stars.
3.
Wait. Can I
Nice
get? Oh, the astrolab only gives me advantage, right?
I don't know. Let me check.
What does it do?
I don't know. Let me check.
It's Jover.
Oh, fuck.
Even Aaron said it's Jover.
He only
No.
speaks truth.
Will I be able to try a navigator's tools check?
No.
You can give a 1d4 added to Ben's roll, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
You add a 1d6, Ben, not advantage.
Okay, so I get to roll a d6 and then Jackson rolls a d4.
Exactly.
Okay, we may be able to. Oh, never.
Okay, we have an 11.
Jackson, roll that d4.
Maybe
Why
he'll
did
get
the
a
music
4.
stop
Maybe the DC
It's
is
coming back.
15. That's a decent.
There we go.
Oh.
All right, so that's 15 total.
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys cannot spot the stars through the fog cloud, and
Oh,
you
no.
drift.
Wait, I don't need to spot the stars because I
Yeah,
have.
don't we have the thing?
Correct. Your navigation fails as when you go to do the projection of the image. It's sort of spotty. Like it's not fully displaying what the stars look like above, which does not allow you to navigate solely by the stars. And you have a rough direction. You're going roughly southward, but now is where we get to the actual fun part, which has been trying to figure out where the fuck the ship is, because you remain in this sort of low fog bank for a couple of hours, and by the time it does lift, you have traveled out of line of sight of the city. So you are no longer within, visual range of it, and you are somewhere in open water, as in you cannot see land.
Okay, that's good.
It is early in the morning. Much of the crew has gone to sleep over the last, however many hours you were drifting through the ocean. Those that hadn't fully developed their sea legs before leaving the port are feeling absolutely sick to their stomachs. And all around you is water as rain hits the deck.
Okay, can I? Now that I have more time and it's not like a frantic thing,
Yeah.
I want to try and get my.
Now, everyone on the ship does gain a level of exhaustion.
Everyone? Alrighty.
Everyone. Yeah.
Yeah, because we pushed through the night. Okay, I want to get out my navigator, get out the astrolab and my. Or is it still foggy, or what is the weather like?
No, the fog has lifted because it is now the following day, because this happened at about midnight.
We love
Okay.
our disadvantage on
So
ability
then,
checks
do I
now.
do I roll a new weather thing?
Yes.
One level
Yeah,
of exhaustion
exhaustion.
hurts.
Indeed, one level of exhaustion does hurt.
Where do we add that?
Oh, you click the cogwheel and you can add a tracker to your sheet.
It's on the right box. It's right. Hold on, no, I might actually be dumb about that.
Yeah, no, it's on the right. Show exhaustion tracking.
Yep. You're right.
All right, so you guys have traveled presumably some great distance in the night, because for the first couple hours the oarsmen were going as hard as they can. Now, it's early in the morning and they are all sleeping. They're catching what little rest they can. Food has been distributed, so we can subtract our first day of ration and water from everything. I'll let
Are you
Jackson
doing that, or do I do that?
No, you or Jackson can do it.
I can get it, Jackson.
All right. And now it comes down to our lovely quarterbacks are trying to locate us.
Yeah. Let me first get this food thing. Actually, Jackson, do you want to be the spreadsheet guy so that I can do these navigation rolls?
Where is the spreadsheet? Is that the one?
It's
you
linked in
linked to?
general.
Now you will have to wait until night falls to locate where the ship is, because
Why?
I don't think. Do you have any method to navigating during the
Yes.
day? Oh, what is
Yes.
it?
I have a star chart.
Oh, but you can't see any stars.
No. I have a magical item that projects the current location of the stars.
Oh, even if it's during day, I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I have an astrolab.
Sure. Then roll a navigator's tools check with disadvantage, but you do get the D6 from the astrolabe and a D4 from Jackson.
And disadvantage, and that's because exhaustion.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm subtracting a day of rations, grog, and spices.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wisdom
Oh.
Wisdom.
Only.
plus D6. And then, can I roll Jackson's D4, or do you want to roll it, Jackson?
You can roll it on
Okay.
editing access.
Woo!
All right, so that isn't a 14, 18. Yeah, you
Disadvantage 18
determine,
is pretty good.
you determine that you are roughly 70 miles south of the city-state. We put
Okay.
you pretty decently out into the open ocean.
Okay.
Assuming that your maps...
trigonometry and go back to land, but at an angle, so we don't go straight back to the city-state?
Yeah, assuming that you're... Well, yeah, you're going to have to tell me the rough heading, not, not exact, but rough heading, because, using some rough lines...
And this is where you're not going to show me a world map. I have to pull up my own map?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
I'm assuming we just kind of go west, because west is, like, direction we were going.
Yeah, if you want to go due west, that is totally an option.
I just need to... Okay, so Alex, this is a little embarrassing. You remember when you were asking me things I wanted labeled on this map?
Yeah.
I, don't have the city-state on here.
The city-state, if you look at the eastern continent and there's those two big chunks of Feywild and there's that tiny little gap of grassland, that's where it's located.
Yeah, and you're saying we're 70 miles, directly due south of that?
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I think that Xander's totally right. Let's just go due west.
Okay. You guys determined to go due west for today. And as you begin to do so, a strong rear wind picks you up. You guys begin to move pretty speedily, actually. It's about 4 hours, 2 hours into your morning journey that you spot land. You spot massive green trees, smaller ones near the beaches, some that climb hundreds of feet into the air, and you recognize that you are now next to the Feywood. That is not the only thing, though, because about 20 minutes after spotting the Feywood, as you continue along the coast, one of the rear afterguard men, so that would be Lowy Colton, the human that is back there, he will, walk over to you, Adrian, and he'll say, "Captain, I think I spot a ship back there, but, since we don't have any sort of magnifying glass, I can't be certain."
Alright, I'll walk back with him to check it out.
Yeah, you squint on the horizon, and it's really hard when ships are super far away, but you feel like you see the very, very tippy top of two masts in the far, far distance. On the very edge of sight.
What flag are we flying right now?
City-state.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Do you think they're coming after us, Captain?
We can wait and see a little bit, see if they're getting closer. We're moving at a pretty good clip, so I doubt they're gaining on us.
All right, sir.
We'll wait and see.
Yeah, and you guys ride that wind for a good chunk of the day.
Alex, while we're just fucking burning time here, I'd like to designate some action stations for if we get into...
Yeah, would you like to... I don't think Yarrow was there for the explanation. I'm sure some of the other folks forgot. Would you like to explain what that means?
Yeah, sure. So in battle, there are a bunch of different positions that will add certain benefits to the ship, like the pilot, for instance, and I think the pilot's just obviously going to be the one steering the ship, but we have stuff like carpenters. The carpenters roll to repair the ship using the ship's skill and add their, die to that, which is really sad now that we have a lot less die. And we have the boatswain, the lookout, the pilot, gunners, things of that nature. And for some of these, there's a limit 1 per ship, so I'm going to designate some right now, so there's no confusion if we get into combat all of a sudden. So you guys can all see the action stations. Yeah, or the action stations thing, right?
Where?
There it is.
Yeah, here it is.
Now we see it. It has been revealed to us.
There you go.
It was already revealed. I just shared it again.
Oh.
So the pilot would make any checks required to navigate terrain or obstacles. I feel like Ben, you're probably a good fit for that one.
For which one?
The pilot.
Oh, I was gonna say lookout.
Oh, the lookout. What else does the lookout do? The lookout rolls initiative for the ship, and they may.
I just have a good perception. That's it.
Spend their action if they come to lookout. Is that mechanically what the lookout does, though?
I guess
No.
not. I was going flavor. That doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, sure. I can be the pilot.
Okay, sounds good. Who does have a really high dex?
I do.
Does someone have?
I have
there you
a
go,
high
then.
dex as well. You and me both.
I also have high dex.
I would guess that
unite.
Georg probably has the highest, only because he's a level 7 rogue, but that could be wrong.
I have 18 in dex.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go with Georg then. Georg is the lookout.
I wonder what I will be.
What does it mean for the ship to come about?
Direction, like you basically turn around.
Okay.
I wonder if I will be the carpenter.
The station may be claimed at any time. Make an intimidation and persuasion skill check, which is one of the following. Who has good charisma?
Crickets. You know who did have good charisma? Samuel Ash.
The bro,
Shut up.
dude, he fucking inted into the other ship.
Yeah, he did actually hard in.
Yeah.
Sucks to be
Along with
fucking him.
Andrew's carpentry.
Alex's silence makes me think he didn't die.
What?
Who has a 14 charisma or anything or something like that?
I got an 11, but like you know.
I got a 9.
What are all of your charismas?
Zero plus
Jackson,
one.
you said you had a 12.
I had 6 for charisma.
What?
Oh, who said 12?
I have 12 on Busy.
Oh, that was Euro.
I have a 13 in charisma.
No, you're already doing something.
Who is
Aaron.
soundboarding?
Remember, 1 per session per person.
Correct, I already used mine.
Bro's doing crickets.
I did do crickets.
Is Euro going to be doing?
What is the wait? Hold on. Quick question. Is the
Euro is
boatswain the
not.
charisma?
Yes, also, quick reminder for the Carpenter skill specifically. Actually, Rigger also applies. For Carpenter, you have to have carpentry tools to be able to do that station. You can't just assign random people to it. And for Rigger, it has to be top men, after guard, or whatever those other roles are. So.
I was. Sort
Does
of
it okay, wait. So we assign anyone on the ship. It doesn't just player characters.
No, it doesn't have to just be player characters.
Okay.
Just relevant skills.
Yeah.
Do any of the other NPCs have like stat sheets? What are their
If
charismas?
The only other
What is
NPCs
this
with stat
for?
sheets are,
Boatswain?
well, I guess
Are we? I swear to God, if we make Democritus our boatswain.
I was about to say he literally does have the highest charisma on ship.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have bonus
He has a
in
19.
intimidation.
I don't know if you want it. Do you really? He has a very unique type of charisma. Okay.
He has like he has like Michael Cera type of charisma.
Yeah, exactly. Are you sure you want him to be your boatswain?
Fortunately, mechanically, it doesn't matter what type of charisma he has.
I know, but are you sure you want it to be him?
He will take it to his. He will take it.
He's
to
also
his
not a member of the crew. I mean, he is, but like in a roundabout way.
He doesn't get paid more for being the boatswain. Is that like a position of respect? or
No,
something
no,
like
it's
that?
not any of that. It's just that you're giving Democritus more power on your ship.
And
I mean, it's what's better for the ship.
Okay, sounds cool. He'll be bossing around people in battle, Pug Man.
I have a +4 in intimidation if we need
Woo,
it.
sheesh.
Oh, wait,
But
that-
just put him.
oh, that's actually I think that's better for boatswain because boatswain specifically is the intimidation.
It's intimidation or persuasion.
Okay,
True.
This isn't like the only thing they can be doing. Like, he can also be fighting while being the boatswain, right?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that is your action on your turn is to be the boatswain, if it's selected by the captain.
Oh.
Yeah, you have to use your action, but it's pretty annoying. Because then I'd lose my rage if I'm raging.
Well, also, this
Yeah.
won't be happening when you guys are, like, in a boarding action. This happens when the ships are engaging. Rarely, if you ever actually have a boarding act with another ship in this campaign, I'd be shocked, because some of these weapons, like your ballista, ranges out boarding by so far. Same with other ships. They'll have ballistas and cannons and stuff that outrange boarding actions by a ton. So, if it devolves into boarding, we're not using this sheet at all.
Yeah, we'll make Vezio.
Okay, Vezio will be the boatswain if you guys get in combat.
And it says it can be claimed at any time, so if I have to leave to board, someone else can take it.
Correct. These action stations can change in combat. The captain has unilateral control to fire and replace people, but Ethan's just trying to get it figured out in case you guys get caught up to by those two ships he saw in the distance.
Yeah, that way I always know that, well, and that, like, I can claim that now I can never forget. All of these will be manned at all times in every
True.
combat, even if I don't stipulate beforehand. So Alex can't fucking gimme on that one.
What's the limit thing? Like
Yeah, that's
limit
what I
1 per
thought.
ship.
That just means there can only be one per ship.
Okay, so but we can pretty much assign all the carpenters to being a carpenter.
Yep.
Okay, cool. And they'll each roll their own sailing dive for
Yeah, all
making
3
the
of them.
check. Okay, cool. I think that's just all
Cool.
all 3. That hurts to say.
Yeah. All right. Well, as the wind continues... Yeah, sorry?
Oh, how many? I'm looking at the like ship actions thing. It says point cost for some of these things.
Yeah, your ship has 4 actions a turn.
Okay, so the most gunners that I could actually get anything out of would be 4.
You also only have 1 gun on your ship, so
Oh, is that what that was? I see.
yeah.
Oh, so
you can literally only
so
use the 4. You can only use attack parentheses 4 because you only have 1 ballista on your ship.
I'd just be able to attack with it twice per turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so 1 gunner.
Well, technically you need 4, but it's neither here nor there. The Marines can take care of manning the ballista.
There you go. One of the Marines is the gunner.
Cool.
Carpenters, all the carpenters, including
including
standard
Shaban.
striker. So
Yeah.
that's 4 now.
Sure.
3.
All right, and then riggers,
is 3,
all the
yeah.
riggers.
It is 3, including me.
Fuck.
Yeah, the riggers aren't super important unless it directly comes up. When it does, we'll cover it.
Yeah. Cool. All right, there we go. That's
All
set
right.
up now.
So the strong winds carry you southward, and as the day begins to sort of wind down and the sun starts to lower, you have this sort of choice, which is that most ships don't like, especially in this period, don't like resting at sea during the night. Some, like the Kalklanders, they'll beach their ships during the night. That's not really standard protocol for you. You try to find like a sheltered cove and drop anchor because you can travel for about 8 hours a day, everyone attentive and focused. But after that, like members of you don't have enough people on your ship to be able to do like 24 hours a day of travel. So do you want to try to push your crew to travel through the night and get some more distance on those ships, or do you want to anchor yourself in a cove?
No, let's try and anchor in a cove.
Okay.
You can't. I'm not gonna push us on the night. We need some
Yeah.
rest.
I would like another pilot's check from you, which is going to be a D20 plus 1d4.
I'm pilot.
And that's still.
Pilot for combat. I meant helmsman. Helmsman, which is for large scale travel.
Disadvantaged from, or is it no?
Yeah. D20 plus how what now?
This would be disadvantaged, yeah. So it'd be 2d20 d1 plus 1d4. No, but that would drop the.
Exhaustion is so fucked.
It is pretty fucked, yeah. No, I was wrong, Ethan. Just roll 2 d20s and we'll just add the d4 after we find which one's lower.
8.
8, and then roll d4.
That says 20.
It's so true.
12.
That does say 20.
12.
Alright, one sec. I gotta add exhaustion to Jackson's sheet. Yeah, Jackson, you click the cog wheel, and then there's something that says show exhaustion tracker. Oh, bottom right, here it is. Show exhaustion tracker, and then you go back to your main sheet, and then you add a 1 to that little box. Alrighty. I believe that is a pass. Alright, yeah. So you navigate through the shallow waters. You vaguely recognize where you are, kind of, because you passed along this way before, but it's not super familiar, and you decide to shelter in this cove.
Let's go
light-
to the Feywild.
Yeah? I mean, it's only 30 feet offshore. Just grab your little boat and your little dinghy and go on over. No?
Good
Okay.
idea.
Now, we need to appoint who is going to be the Night Watch captain. And this is where passive perception actually does matter. Because though it's a different than lookout. I know it sounds very similar, but all the Night Watch captain does is I look at their passive perception, I look at the piloting skill of a ship that is trying to sneak up on you, and if their passive perception is higher, then they spot it before it spots you.
So long term, I'd like this to be me because I actually think I just want to start like having a night schedule because I want to spend more time looking at the stars.
That makes
But I
sense.
also don't want to pick up a second level of exhaustion because I'm the navigator.
You will not gain a level of exhaustion for being on Night Watch. However, since you guys traveled normal speed, fast speed from the city, you will not get any. None of you are going to get a short rest tonight. Tomorrow, maybe, but not today.
Okay, so we're not gonna. So I won't pick up exhaustion by doing night rest, but I also have no chance of clearing it whether or not I do it.
Correct.
Okay, well I have a 16 passive, so
Yeah.
Can anyone
I
beat
might as well
that?
do it.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
so.
I think it just also
I'm
flavorfully
tied with
makes
a
sense.
16.
Yeah, I mean,
Sure.
yeah, but between a 16 and a 16, I'm gonna go with Ben's 16 because flavor.
Okay.
Watching the stars.
Yeah, I mean, those of you who aren't on Night Watch managed to get some brief winks of sleep. I mean, you've traveled for roughly, that was midnight till almost 12 hours straight, which is constant, attending to the sails, checking on the rowers as they row for intermittent periods to speed you up. It's exhausting, and you guys, gorge yourself on, beer and food and spices, and it's nice to have some food from home. David Cook, sings stories, and Democritus starts to read one of his epic poems, and then one of Vezio's men throws a cup at his head, and so that one quickly stops. And Kaheen, you're sitting on the top deck of the Defiance. Who else would you want to be on Night Watch with you? Keep in mind that in the future, they won't be able to get short rest. This one, it doesn't matter, but in the future.
Am I picking for the future, or am I picking
No,
for
just
today?
for tonight. Just for tonight.
We can chill and talk and have a good time.
I guess I would pick...
Unios.
Unios.
Hype.
Hype.
Should I remove
and...
Rex, by the way, Eric?
No. The 34 was removing from the...
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Maybe you'll pick one of these Marines.
You could pick their captain, Vezio Blackiron.
Yeah, okay, I'll pick Vezio. And how many am I picking?
As many as you want.
I guess it doesn't really matter for today, right?
Not really. Normally you'd be
Okay.
cucking them out of a short rest, but today they're fucked anyway, so...
Yeah. And I'll get a Philo Cord, the senior topman.
Oh, yeah.
And...
Love that guy. Love
Crab.
Philo.
Get one of the.
Oh yes, already. Yeah, so this is a crazy, joint circle. Fucking wild.
I like crab.
Yeah, so I think that naturally this group is going to separate out into a couple other, a couple little subgroups. Crab will be at the front of the ship with his creepy ass fucking cat reading a spell book that he took from a corpse. Philo will sort of stay near Unios and Kaheen because he thinks you're normal. Vezio, what are you doing? Are you socializing? Are you trying to talk to Crab? I mean, you and him have been on the ship the same length of time, so in that sense, I guess he's similar to you.
That's even more reason not to go near him. No, Vezio is going to do his little loner act where he stands alone and looks out of them. He's not talking to anyone.
Alrighty.
His little loner act.
Yeah, his little loner act. Well, Philo is a man of 36. He's a veteran sailor. Even before he joined the Defiance, he'd been on the ocean since he was, 15. And he'll sit down next to you, Kaheen, and obviously Unios as well. And he'll be eating some spiced chicken, which you guys are running out of fresh ingredients tomorrow. So today, David Cook made you a spread of actual, real food from the city before you'll be going to, oh God, weevil-infested bread and dried meat.
Yummy.
And he's savoring this piece of chicken. And he says, so, that was pretty exciting.
Yes, I can't say I'm pleased with the fact that it all happened, but of all ways it could have gone down, we didn't rob anybody.
You've never worked on a government ship, have you?
No.
You're lucky. I mean, I did that for most of my life before I signed up with Captain Domitus, first captain of this vessel. And, there you do far worse stuff. At least here you get compensated, and the captain put it to a vote. We had a decision in the matter. In the government ships, you'd be told to, go burn down a village or, load up the cannons for an attack or whatever else. And if you didn't do it, you get lashed or thrown into the drink. I'd take this any day.
Really? That's what all of the government boats do.
Mostly, yeah, and you get paid shit, too. The only advantage is that it's all, it's legal or whatever. You won't get in trouble for it. Lest you run across a ship of an enemy country, and then they'll view you as traitors, and then you'll be strung up. Either way.
It seems... the culture is very different this side of the world.
Oh yeah, you're from the west, right?
Yes, the desert.
I've never been there. Farthest west I've ever been is Cavaranth, but I never decided to go inland.
I've been to Cavaranth.
Good wine.
Never had it.
Not a big fan of the dwarves there, though. They're very aggressive.
I hate them.
Oh, don't tell that to Ustrid. He may spit at you.
I won't.
He's a good lad, though.
I'm sure.
And he looks over at Unios. What about you? You seem like a bit new to sailing as well.
had some experience. Noble pursuit.
Noble. Well then, I'm sorry, your lordship.
No need to fuck around.
All right. And he'll just sort of, he's not going to rush it. He'll just sip at his grog and look out at the horizon. And there's a lot of the little, like, intricacies of daily life on a ship that while you did experience them, both of you, Unios and Kaheen, while you experience them on your way to the city-state, you don't really get used to it. Like, the boat constantly rocking side to side. Sea legs is something that neither of you have. I mean, I think Unios has much better ones than Kaheen, but Kaheen definitely doesn't have full sea legs yet. Like, these sailors, like Philo or other veterans of the ship, they seem to almost, like when they're on land, they look like they're drunk, but when they're on ships, they're perfectly in their element, just sort of rocking side to side with the ships. And like when they're staring off into the horizon, you never would have spotted the top of those masts. It's not like a passive perception thing. It's a knowing what the horizon should look like thing and recognizing that, oh, those little warbles are just heat. Oh, that's probably a ship coming over the horizon. And there's just all this little knowledge stuff about being on a ship that you just haven't quite gotten used to yet. And Vezio, as you're looking out into the darkness, you spot to your east, coming around this sort of, because you guys, you continued southward until you started to sort of pull inward. Like there's a peninsula that you guys were going around, and coming out eastward from around that peninsula, Vezio, you can see a couple of lights. You see one light, and then a little bit further back, you see a whole window worth of lights, and that instantly counts to you as some sort of warship, because if it has glass windows, that's probably a pretty large vessel, even if you can't make out a single detail of it because of how dark it is.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna, I guess, yell out, ship spotted. I don't know what's the procedure for spotting a ship.
You just squelch all the lanterns and go grab the captain.
Okay, we'll do that.
Yeah, Philo will help you, and Crab will just stand up, and he has control flames, so he just raises his hand, and with a single gesture, all the flames on his side of the ship go out, and you can quickly
I can
squelch.
also do that.
Oh, perfect. Then just Kaheen and Crab stand up, and then every single flame on the ship instantly goes out.
Let me double check that.
Pause
I
check.
have produce flame.
I think that also works, right? It's a Xanathar spell that says control flame. That's the one I'm thinking of. It's not the same one. Feels bad, man.
I believe prestidigitation would have been able to do the same, though.
True, if you have prestidigitation.
I don't.
Well, then Crab gestures with his arm. All the ones on his side of the ship go out, and then you guys squelch all the candles and lanterns on the ship individually. There's not many of them, only 4 on your side of the ship. And the ship is blacked out now, so you can really only see by squinting your eyes really hard, because no one has dark vision.
Except for the dwarf.
Except for the dwarf, wherever he is.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get. Once I've been roused, I'm gonna go get him.
It's 60 feet though.
Yeah.
Also true. Yeah, Vezio, do you go get the captain, or do you try to squint and make out more details of the ship?
It's probably safer to get the captain. This seems like a warship to me, so...
All right. You don't bother knocking. You just push open the door, because, again, has no lock on it. Captain, you wake up to hear, metal clinking as the black iron pushes the door open into your room.
Oh, I'm up. What is it?
Light spotted. Looks like a warship to me, but...
Oh, fuck. All right. I get up and hurriedly pull on my chainmail shirt and go on deck.
Yeah, you can throw that on as an action since it's light armor, and you rush out onto the deck. And in the distance, sure enough, at this point, we can get perception checks from Kaheen, since she is the highest passive. I think that'll be it for now. Is there anyone else you want to wake while she's rolling that Svensson?
No, the less activity we have going on for now, the better.
Well, let me just look at something really quickly.
Actually, I'll send someone to get the Marines, starting to get into their armor.
Okay, I think Philo will go to wake them, but Vezio's the only one with the key to the armory, which is just a large...
All right, disadvantage 15.
Okay, sounds good. So Vezio goes to... So you tell Vezio to go prepare the Marines?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, roll me a quick history. Just int check, Ethan, while I explain this thing. So yeah, with a 15, you look out at the horizon, and you can make out that while those were the two lights you initially saw were that large frontal light and then the sort of window reflected light, you realize that there's also smaller lights. It's just the luminescence of the front lantern and the back windows kind of like blinded you to them.
You said history, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And due to the light's disbursement, you can get a rough size of this ship. It is roughly 125 feet long, which is about the same size as the Defiance. But the one thing you can't really grapple is the depth of it. It's just not. You can't tell. You can really only see a vague silhouette based on where the light positioning is. You can make out about 18 individual lanterns, a big old lantern in the front of the ship, and then that whole like room in the back that's illuminated. That's probably a captain's quarters or something. So that's what Kaheen sees. And Adrian, your history check was to see if you could recognize like what sort of ships could fall into the class of being, 100 feet plus. And that is either A, a really big galley, because your ship is that big, but it doesn't have glass windows because it's not that tall. Or it's a military carrack, which would have roughly like 170 crew. And those none of those would be oarsmen. Those would all be sailors, marines, or gunnery men.
Likelihood to have cannon.
Typically they have 4. 2 on each side.
Ooh.
You can't make out the flag or any other detail. Literally, you can only see the lights. All of this is just based off what you and Kaheen are like, Vulcan mind melding together.
All right. Yeah, I think our best bet is to fucking damper the lights and hope they don't see us.
Yeah, I don't have a better idea.
Okay.
It appears we are going to get caught.
I guess we are fucking nabbed.
You guys sit on the deck and wait. And based on the movement of the lights, you can roughly calculate a trajectory, like what direction they're going, in a really rough speed, really rough. But it does seem like they're slowing down. And they traverse, in the time that you're watching them, several hours of worth. They traverse from east to south of you to west of you. They're like pretty far out into the water as well. You guys are right off the coast, like 30 feet inward is the land. They're about a mile out to the ocean, which is still pretty close. I mean, if you had a single light on, they'd instantly be like, oh, there's a little dot in the distance. But once they seem to be, a couple miles to the west of you, 3 or 4, they seem to stop entirely.
Uh-oh.
The sails are fully pulled in.
Didn't ask. Still sitting here.
Based. A couple of the lights begin to go out. It's getting late now. It's like almost midnight. And all lights except for about 15, like little lights spread across the ship, go out.
It looks like they're bunkering down for the night.
They will see us in the morning.
Yes, they will.
Oh, so the question is, do we make the run tonight, or do we just wait to be nabbed?
Can we sneaky around them in the nighttime?
Navigating this would be very easy. It's the helmsman job that is insanely difficult here, because if you guys are trying to... There's 2 options. One, you go out to open ocean and then, revert your way back into land. So basically try to leapfrog them and get ahead of them. Second option is that you try to move really tightly along the coast through this bay that's to your north. And the reason that's dangerous is because it risks the helmsman running aground or hitting rocks. And it's nighttime, so you have literally no way of avoiding those if the helmsman hits them. So open ocean, which is dangerous for all of its own reasons, including storms and monsters, or keeping it really close to the coastline and try to, sneak away that way. Or you could just say fuck it and try to go right past the ship and hope you cannot run it.
Open ocean.
Yep.
Right. Your call.
We like that idea, Quartermaster?
I don't like any of the ideas.
What
Sorry,
idea do you like?
So 3 options are... Well, none of them. It's a shit situation.
There are much more than 3 options. Those are just the 3 most obvious ones. If you want, you could go back the way you came to the city-state. That would also get you away from the ship.
Well, yeah, but that's last option.
Yeah.
Or
you could stay here and hope that they're not hunting city-state ships. You haven't seen their flag yet, but if they are a city-state vessel, maybe they're not looking for you, and then you can just, have your little flag and they don't do anything.
Well, we can run that same risk if we just leave now, right? Like that.
Maybe. At nighttime, it's almost impossible to see flags, so they may shoot first, ask questions later. It's been known to happen.
They wouldn't
Okay,
be
so
very accurate.
there's wait till daytime. There's go open ocean. There's go right past them and try and outrun. And what was the other?
There's a bay literally like 1 mile to your west that goes real deep. It goes like it's like a bay that goes 13 miles inland and then goes like it's a U shape. So you go deep, you cling to the coast along that U shape and then go around their ship. So it would put a huge gap between you and the enemy ship. It'd just take like the whole night to traverse that bay.
Okay.
But we'd make it.
Yeah, the risk is rocks.
Okay, and so that's just hard steering then. Easy navigation, hard steering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most of this is easy navigation, hard steering.
Okay.
Especially with disadvantage.
Correct. And it's nighttime, which also impacts helmsman. And also,
Unfortunately, you
you're-
can't get double disadvantage.
you've already also traveled 8 miles today, so you'd be pushing it, which can start to erode crew morale.
This sucks.
Oh yeah, baby.
Maybe we should have dealt with the bureaucracy.
Welcome to the high seas, motherfucker.
If we need to run, what type of ships can like realistically catch us?
That is a great question. There are like two classes of ships on the ocean that could catch you. Another galley or really small ships. That's basically
This
it.
is another
This is
galleon.
big.
This is big. This is
Wait,
bigger than your ship.
wait. So this ship is either one that's the same size, which means we might stand a fight, or one that's much bigger, which means that we're faster than it.
Yeah.
4 cannon.
Like it's either an even fight at worst, or like we don't have a chance at fighting it, but we can outpace it like pretty easily.
Yeah.
Likely. The Defiance as a ship is literally built for this exact thing. It can outrun what it can't fight. And then it can fight everything that can outrun it, hopefully.
So I'm still gonna go with open ocean. We can outrun there, and we won't hit rocks. And we only
Yeah,
might
you know,
hit
I feel. I mean, sorry. So the fear with open ocean is like monsters or storms or something,
Yes.
but not navigation still.
I mean, navigation is harder in the open ocean, of course, but your navigation skills are so cracked because Astrolabe plus that little crystal you have, so I wouldn't worry about it. Unless like a heavy storm rolls in, which would obscure your vision like completely, then I think you'd be fine.
Yeah. Then let's go open ocean.
Okay, so you quietly roust the crew, and this is where I'm gonna call on a captain's check, which is let me double check the thing. It's just gonna be a charisma check, modified by a D4. So you get charisma check
Alright.
plus a D4 because it's your sailing die.
You guys want to get an get caught?
Get a what?
What
Did you
alibi?
just fucking
Some
say
sort
that?
of like fucking like.
Do I have to roll that twice?
No, that's what? No, we haven't been rolling the navigator. Oh no, we did roll the navigator stuff twice, but we haven't been rolling the helmsman stuff twice. But we probably should have been. Yeah, roll that again. Damn, exhaustion, man. It's crazy. Okay, wow.
Well,
I mean, you don't get that
disadvantage,
one. You get the lower one, but that lower one was a pass anyway. So, Adrian, you begin one of the harder things in sailing, which is to awake an entire ship, get the sails lowered, rotate it, lift the anchor, all while being as quietly as humanly possible. That's fucking hard, because normally people are shouting like, anchor up, and just all of this communication is going on. And you have to do all of it silent, in the dark. It is a fucking Herculean effort. It takes like 10 times longer than it would have normally. This could be less than a 5-minute operation. It takes the better part of an hour. Everyone's fucking exhausted. You get some murderous stares from people who just want to fucking sleep. But they do it anyways.
Get caught.
Yeah. Or this is a completely unrelated ship. But yes, that or get caught. And you guys are going... Ben, what heading are we going? Are we going directly southward?
I don't understand the current geography.
All right. You guys are to your west, leads into a bay. You are at sort of the tip of a peninsula, and you are 140 miles south of the city-state.
Okay. I see. Is the bay this kind of like, yeah, it's this like first little indent that's visible on the map?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're kind of at the corner of it, and we're just trying to jump the bay, I guess.
Well, the vessel is directly to your west, so if you jump the bay, you'd be going directly across them. I think Ethan wanted you to go out to open ocean rather than just hop the bay.
Okay, then yeah, I think south is what we want.
Okay, due south. All right, how many hours do we want to travel, Ethan?
What's the bare minimum we can do while, like, getting over the horizon?
So we'd want to travel 8 miles. We have strong winds still, I believe. Yeah, we do.
Is 8 miles really all you need to get over curvature?
Yeah, that's pretty standard. Unless you have like reflection in the atmosphere, I'm pretty sure that's when curvature disappears. Oh wait, on ocean water it may be different because there's no
With a mast.
Yeah, with a mast, I think it's different. Curvature, visible distance. Because on land it's 8 miles, but I think it's different at sea.
Was that other ship going south or north?
It was going south, so it came from the north. Okay, yeah, you guys need to get 20 kilometers, which is like 15 miles. So that'd be like, I think it's still an hour. You guys are moving really fucking fast with this wind. So yeah, it's like an hour of travel still.
Alright, we'll do 2 then.
Okay. Alrighty. Divided by...
And I didn't want to anchor in open ocean, but...
Here we are. Alright, Ben, roll me another weather check as you guys move out to open ocean.
Really good that we invested in that big anchor.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, because you are now at that depth where with your little puny anchor you would not be able to anchor out here.
Great weather conditions, guys.
That is actually very good. Yeah. As well, actually, it's good if you're traveling. It's not so good if you're trying to anchor in the middle of the ocean because strong winds begin to buffet the Defiance as the anchor is lowered. And you know your anchor can overcome winds, or it wouldn't be a very good anchor. But
we got the big one.
You do have the big one, yes. So as the sun begins to rise, that ship is well out of, you haven't seen it, since you left that harbor. As people try to get sleep, there is this constant sound of, the ship sort of moving a little bit, wind smashing into the edge of the ship. The carpenters, which are massively reduced, poor Jamber, is busying himself across the ship the entire day trying to make sure no boards come loose or anything breaks. Xander, roll me a carpentry check as you have to, save a railing from being carried away by strong wind striking the edge of the ship.
Yep. Question. Would or just a straight carpenter tool check?
Yeah, for this one, yeah.
12.
All right, yep, you managed to save the railing before it is carried away by the wind. This windstorm lasts for about 4 hours. Some people who are normally not seasick at all find themselves vomiting over the edge of the ship. This ship is not just rocking gently side to side, it's fucking, teetering side to side to side to side. Quickly, things that aren't strapped down are strapped down. It is a miserable experience as the wind continues to batter the ship. And finally, as it ends... Technically, you've been out of the city for like 2 days, but you've only slept for like 30 minutes in that time. I think that some of the lower members of the crew, Aaron, as Georg is walking around the ship, keeping order, Brahmas Scaris, just one of the top men, he'll sort of walk up to you. He's a veteran of the Defiance, and he'll say, "First mate, can we maybe take it slow today? The men need sleep."
I can bring it up with the captain.
Thank you, sir.
Alright. Adrian, I go.
Yeah, you head to the deck. The captain has mostly been, ordering around things to be tied down and just how to survive the windstorm.
Captain.
Oh, yes, Georg.
The crew was wondering if we could take it slow today. Most of the men are fatigued and require sleep.
I think that's an excellent idea. Yes. Pretty sure we're far enough away that we can afford that. Yeah. So what is that, like half shifts? Something like that?
Kind of. You move 1/3 your maximum speed.
Yeah, we'll take it slow today. Tell everyone to get as much rest as they can.
All right. Beautiful. The Defiance did take 1 damage during the windstorm because it wasn't on the open ocean, so there's no like trees or rocks or anything dispersing the wind. It's just smashing right into the Defiance. If your sails had been open, they would have been torn to shreds. Luckily, you have all the riggers you could need, and you have a sailmaker who could repair any patches that would have been torn from the sails. And
wait, you can't fly the ship in a windstorm?
In a really strong one at open ocean, unlikely. Yeah, you'd have to be perfectly aligned with the wind and harness it. And if it gets strong enough, you have to pull in the wind, pull in the sails, or they'll get torn.
Okay.
Most strong winds you can ride, though. Either way, as we rest up, we're going to do one final little section of slow travel, and then we will end the session. So, just to really quickly talk about slow travel, this is mostly a chance to introduce the mechanics. You guys will be moving 1/3 of your maximum speed. What direction are we moving, Ben?
So we went south, and now we're picking up the next day, right?
Yep. Well, technically, it's the same day because midnight, but yeah, it's basically the next day. Yeah.
Does that mean that my exhaustion is gone?
No, you've not gotten a short rest yet.
Can I have one?
No. That's why you're taking it slow today, so you can get a short rest.
Okay. Then I suppose. God, I'm so fucking confused about where we are.
It's beautiful.
Can I like pull out my? Cause I want to like use my navigation to like
Yeah.
I need to like redo this map and get like a meter stick on it so that I can like try and measure out little sticks.
Yeah, I can add a.
I'm not used to not having the measure tool.
Oh yeah, I can add a distance tool to the, like a I don't know, legend. There we go. I can add a legend to that.
Well, why can't I just go to world map?
Because on world map, I mean, I guess you can, and I can just tell where your token is. Yeah, I guess that on the GM layer. That's actually so true. Yeah, sure. This is the world map. Welcome back.
Okay.
I'm not gonna measure anything.
Just to clarify,
yeah.
So the thing we were in before was like this thing, right?
No.
Oh, then I have no fucking idea where we are.
It was a
I thought
different
we were
day.
right here.
Oh, we were already down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we went 70 miles like, straight south.
And then you went another 130 miles.
I had no idea. I had no idea what 70 miles was.
Oh, I see. Yeah. You guys traveled 70 miles? Yeah, you went 70 miles due south, 30 miles west, 100 miles south.
Okay, wait. We went 70 miles south?
Yeah.
In the fog bank, and then we went straight to land.
Then we went to land, and that was about 30 miles, you said, right?
Roughly.
Okay. And then we just followed the coast. Right, okay, cool, that makes sense. And then we ended up here when we started going south to avoid the guys, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you have not done a navigator's check since you went out into the ocean, so all you know is you went into the ocean for about 2 miles. Or 2 hours.
For about
2 hours.
2 hours at around what pace?
Strong wind.
Strong wind?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's a lot of open ocean down there. Oh, yeah.
So strong wind is supposed to be like almost max speed, right?
Yep.
So max speed is supposed to be like 150, so we'll call that like 120, 130. And that would be in 8 hours or 24 hours?
8.
In 8 hours. So if you make the math easy, keep it shrimple. If it was 120 in 8 hours, that would be 60 in 4, which would be 30 in 2, which would be 15 an hour. And we did 2 hours, you said, so that'd be like 30 miles?
Yes, 2 hours, not the 30 miles thing.
Did I do the math wrong?
No, I'm just never going to confirm distance.
You're just not confirming.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to stick to time periods for now on.
120 on 8 is 15. Okay, so then that'd be like 30. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm going to be pretty confident in that math.
Okay.
So then that would be like 30 miles-ish. Okay,
Sure.
So Ethan, you're looking at this map, right?
Right now, yep.
Hear me out.
All right.
So we will be moving. We're going slow pace on the open ocean, so we'll be going 1/3 of max speed, and then whatever the weather condition factor ends up being. So depending on what the weather's like.
Okay, and I forgot that we're going slow pace. So instead,
And the ship
You can
was
navigate
west
that.
of your position on the coast. That's where you spotted it.
so when I roll my navigator's check, will that like give me like any confirmation as to if I'm here or not?
It will help a little bit with that. I'll give you rough positioning. What your navigator's check is mostly for is helping the helmsman not fuck up.
Okay, well then can I like roll that first and then?
Yeah, sure. So
use it
yeah,
then?
let's get our helmsman check and our navigator's check. So we'll get Ethan's first. Sorry, the navigator modifies the helmsman, so we should do navigator first. So.
Okay.
Oh,
That's with
I
wisdom?
also misdid my own rules, the thing I took from. So you roll 2 navigator's checks. They're both disadvantaged.
So roll 4.
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Okay.
And which one do you take?
You take both of the navigator's checks, and if they pass, then he gets a 1d4 he can give to you to make your roll better.
I see.
All right, so that's a 7 and an 8. Now you can add your 1d6, and Jackson can add his 1d4. Jackson, I believe, can add a 1d4 to both of them. I have
Jesus
to check
Christ.
that, though.
All right, glad we didn't go with the crazy plan.
Ah.
Let me see what Jackson can add. What? Yeah, it's a 1d4 to all of them.
So another one.
Yeah. So currently that 7 is an 8, and it's a nat 1. And the 8 is a 9.
What was the
So-
second roll then?
The second roll, your second navigator's tool roll, that's what you're supposed to be doing every time. Every time you're supposed to roll 2 navigator's tools.
Yeah, why?
Oh, because when you pass a certain DC, which in this case is actually very low. Actually, you need to roll weather real quick, but the DC is pretty low. When you pass, you get a D4,
sorry, yeah.
and you can give that D4 to Ethan, which can make his helmsman roll better. The goal of the navigator is to help the helmsman not fuck up.
Weather.
So then both of those actually pass. because
Nice.
you modified the 7 high enough just due to the insane modifier. Oh no, it's a natural one. Never mind. That one fails. The second one does pass though. So
Seriously?
now, yeah.
There's always a 5% chance of failure.
Yeah.
French.
So now when Ethan rolls his helmsman check, he gets an extra D4, or you can save this D4 and give it to him later. And you can choose after each roll.
So, and then, sorry, what's the thing that I failed?
Oh.
Just a chance to get another D4.
Oh, so I just always have 2 chances at D4s.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 2 identical rolls.
Yeah.
Okay. Then.
Well, yeah.
keep
Let's
doing that.
let's let Ethan roll his helmsman
yeah.
thing first.
Yeah, and I can choose to give him my D4. And how many can I stash up again?
10.
8.
Oh, okay.
All right, and then you get a D4
I'll
as
give him
well
the
because you're
D4.
sailing die.
Oh, okay.
Ethan
But
gets
do
an
I not-
auto D4.
Do I not get to add my sailing die to navigators?
You do. That's what the D6 is.
I thought the
believe.
D6 was the astrolab.
Oh shit! You're right. Oh shit! He's right. The one that
Too many modifiers.
yeah. It honestly, we should just hard code these into your sheets, which I will do between sessions, or I'll make you do it. But for now, I just wanted to quickly explore the system. This is taking longer than I thought. Either way, Ethan passes because the DC for weather isn't that high. So where do we want to go?
Well, you said you would give me some information about where I was.
Yeah, so you can tell you are obviously in open ocean. Who would have thought? The biggest thing that you can find is that based on your positioning, well, roughly, I gotta measure something real quick. 48 miles west of the city-state in terms of your latitude.
48 miles west of the city-state.
Yeah.
All right, and this is the city-state, and we're saying 48 is there. And then if I hold, no, shift does not let you go straight down, so I'll just have to eyeball it.
You balling.
Huh. Okay. So I was close.
How are we doing, Navigator?
I'm just giving it a think. All right, I think that I want a heading of
Northwest?
whatever you would. Yeah, northwest.
Okay. All right. With 1/3 speed, we will move. That distance. Okay, cool. Let me move the Defiance real quick. Then we're going to talk about some travel actions. Okay, at the very end of the day, you guys see land again. That is the entire day. The entire day lazily traveling across the open ocean until eventually you see land at the very end of the day. So
Wait,
subtract...
where'd we end up? We ended up over here?
No.
Oh, here.
Somewhere
Where
over
did we
there,
end
yeah. Land. You see land. And it's
Okay.
definitely
Oh, we
Feywild.
did- Okay.
Feywood.
Oh yeah.
Jackson, subtract 2 rations, 2 grog, and 2 spices. And now we can talk about travel actions, which is the whole reason we did this little snafu, because I wanted to talk about them. Look at the travel rule sheet. There's a section called Officer Travel Actions. Some officers have things that they can do automatically during the rest. I don't know if they'll be super relevant right now. I just want to get to them for the future. The first mate can help any other officer do their action. The cook can actually cook some food, and it tastes real good, and give you guys some free healing. No one took damage, so it doesn't really matter, but for the future. The surgeon can do lesser restoration. the bosun's mate, or master carpenter can repair the ship, which does have 1 damage to it. And the Master of Arms can give the sharpened feature to 1 player character if they pass their tool check. So, Vezio, roll a d20 plus 7. You are obviously not the Master at Arms, but I'm just going to have you roll for them.
D20 plus 7.
Indeed, they need to get above a 12 to get their thing.
There's desalination of my process.
Oof. All right. Actually, first mate, Aaron, you could assist this person if you would like, or you could assist Xander in repairing the ship.
I don't really care. I can just assist whoever has a lower modifier.
Repair the ship.
Alright, the ship is
Unless he passes, and then don't give it. Can Xander roll his thing to see if that passes? No
Yes.
inside?
Yes, he can.
Oh,
Yeah,
Carpenter's
let's
tools
just
check.
Yeah,
Let's just
Carpenter's
do that
Tools
then.
check. DC 12. You fail.
He can
Both
be
of them have
he can
failed.
He can be assisted.
Both of them can be assisted, yeah.
I'll
Oh,
help.
wait, it says he can be assisted by others who qualify for this action. We have a bosun's mate and a bosun.
Bosun mate's dead, or not on the ship at least, and the bosun
Yeah,
is irrecoverable because he's asleep.
Blake.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we have to elect a new one of those, don't we?
Bosun's mate? The bosun just needs to select one, but we'll get around to that once you guys are at a new port. You also need to get new carpenters, but...
Okay, give it to.
Well, Aaron, who do you want to help? Do you want to repair the ship, or do you want to get someone an extra 1d4 damage on their attacks until they take a long rest?
I'll repair the ship.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
gonna say.
You assist, and the one little piece of damage, which was a single plank on the top deck that had broken, along with a couple of others that were getting peeled back by the wind, are repaired. And with that, as we deal with the painful bureaucracy and monotony of maintaining a ship, that is where we will end the session. There's no sight of that other vessel you saw. Who even knows if it was after you? But our voyage has well and truly begun. What awaits us is another, I think it's 1,000 miles across the Feywood, and then eventually the wonderful country of Mythosia. So I will see you guys next week. We'll do a bit more of that. I do not believe that Yarrow will be there for that session. We shall see. And I'll talk to you guys then.
Alrighty.
Don't leave because you want to talk about the getting the weather thing working again.
Yes, I do want to do that,
we,
but
can we reevaluate the day this happens?
yes, we will do that. But
You have to because of Blake.
yeah, we will do that. But
Oh.
bye-bye.